Good evening, gamers. Tonight, we're peering into the shadows to see what lurks inside them. We're going to be talking about shapeshifters and some other spooky stuff with Father Goose himself, Jeremy Shuman. Jeremy has written several kick-ass supplements for Dungeon Crawl Classics, including his new horror setting, Where Shadows Fall. Welcome to the show, my man. How's it going?
Good, good. Glad to be here, Dave.
Yeah, I've got mine right here, so if I need to
All right.
reference it, that we're in there. So, um, really, I guess to start, what was it that drew you into DCC versus another system?
Okay. Well, a little backstory, and I'll try and go quick with it.
Don't worry about
My
going quick.
my dad started playing Dungeons and Dragons when it first came out. He was 9 years old. His best friend got the original little brown books and was super excited about it. So he'd go over on the weekends and he'd make a stack of characters, and his friend would run little adventures. They didn't really care too much about being strict with the rules. His friend just had big ideas, and my dad was along for the ride initially.
Mhm.
You know, kill monsters, take their treasure, level up, fight gods, that kind of crazy stuff. Fast forward a little bit, he meets my mother in high school. She's not interested at all in that sort of thing. So it's that weird thing he does with his friends on the weekend. Well, uh, she insisted that he not introduce the children to that game when later there were children, and so he didn't. He kept that promise. But of course, he had his game books on the shelves and lots of fantasy novels, including uh, at the time almost every Forgotten Realms novel that was available. He's not current anymore, but he was for a long time. So I grew up reading all of this material, but never playing the game. But to my mother's chagrin, my brothers and I were basically LARPing it out in the backyard anyway, with sticks and sometimes purloined cutlery, uh, and we'd run around the backyard or the neighborhood making up our own adventures. And I was kind of the default game master without knowing the terminology because I was the oldest. So I would set the scenario, and then we would go and slay the dragon or rescue the princess or whatever we were doing that day. Well, move forward again in time. I'm in my middle teen years. My parents are no longer together, and I've been playing you know computer games related to it. We had Might and Magic and Might and Magic 2 installed on the computer, and I played a lot of that. So one night, my dad says, come into my room." Okay, so go in there, and on his bed are the core rule books for second edition AD&D.
Oh,
He said,
nice.
"I can't run this game for you because I promised your mother I wouldn't. But your curiosity has not wavered in years, so I'm going to explain what this is and walk you through character creation. And then whatever you do with that, that's you." Yeah. I didn't pick up at the time that this was him encouraging something that would become a lifelong passion of mine. So he walked me through character creation, and I picked up on it real fast. He said, "You can read the books anytime, but please don't ask me to run a game." So I was borrowing his books anytime I had spare time. I was reading through them. I made dozens of characters, every possible race and class combination out of the player's handbook. And then I moved on to some of the expanded options in some of the supplement books. And I tried this and I tried that. I made my half ogre and my Wemmick and, you know, all these other things to see what these other kinds of characters would look like. And then about a year later, I started whenever I was near downtown, I would drop in to the local gaming store and just browse. Well, I started saving up little bits of money here and there, and this was right before third edition came out. I bought my own copies of the books and hid them in my closet, and was slow playing the recruitment of some friends from school, as I didn't want to weird them out. So I was just a little bit at a time encouraging this, encouraging that, loaning somebody a novel, talking about this idea and that, trying to, uh, for all that it sounds bad in today's uh, verbiage, I was essentially, grooming my fellow teenagers to play D&D. Well, I hadn't been able to get anything off the ground yet, but I had started making notes on a campaign when one night it's me and my brothers were sitting around in the living room with my dad, and Dad looks up and he says, "Jeremy, why don't you go get your D&D books?" What 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 D&D books? The ones that you've been buying and hiding in your closet. Bring them out here. Show your brothers how to make characters. I'm gonna call your uncle and I'll run a game for you guys. Like,
Whoa.
okay, okay. So I ran into my room. I got my books. I brought them out. I brought out his books. I was like, "Can we use yours too?" Yeah, whatever, whatever. Just you know, make some characters. And so he had the Shadowdale box set from the Forgotten Realms that has a beginning adventure in it that takes you, under Shadowdale through a secret, if I remember correctly, secret entrance in the tavern takes you into the Underdark. Uh, so he calls his younger brother and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to run D&D for the boys. You want to play?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll be there." So me, my three brothers, and my uncle all make characters. I made a halfling thief named Rudy, and initially, Dad only wanted to use the player's handbook. It's like I don't want to add in too many options. It's been a while since I've run a game. You guys are all new. It's easier to just stick to the player's handbook. Well, I managed to talk him into letting me pick something out of the skills and powers book. So I was like, "Look, so advantages have a certain cost and disadvantages give you a certain thing. And there's one advantage that I want and one disadvantage that I want, and they're equal in cost. So it'll be a wash." Like, all right, fine. So I took the disadvantage cowardly and the advantage lucky.
Nice.
So cowardly works where as soon as combat or any kind of danger breaks out, you roll a d20. You need to get equal to or less than your wisdom score in order to act in combat. Otherwise, you're afraid and you run away. Well, I had a wisdom of 7. So I had I had rolled well enough that my halfling had infravision, which I don't know if you remember or not, but not all halflings did. Uh,
I always thought they always did.
no, tall fellows never had infravision. Uh, Stouts did have infravision, and furfoots had a 10% chance of having stout blood.
Hmm.
Well, I had a furfoot because we had been using uh, the player's handbook, and furfoot was the default in that. But this rule came out of I think it was in skills and powers. So I asked him if I could roll, and yes, I had infravision. So me and my brother, who was our elf wizard, were the only ones that could see in the dark.
Hmm.
Well, of course, if you're walking around in the Underdark with torches, you're basically announcing your presence. So little Rudy would sneak ahead of everybody else, and I became the anti-surprise character because as soon as I would encounter danger, I would roll. Sure enough, I'd fail that check, turn around and run. So everybody else then would see Rudy come running between their legs to the back of the group and go, "Okay, draw our weapons. There's danger ahead." So we played that campaign, had a lot of fun. And of course, around this time, third edition came out. I was looking to connect with other gamers. Everybody was making the switch to third edition, either discovering D&D for the first time or transitioning. And so gamers that I met played third edition D&D. So I switched over to playing that. Still liked second edition, but nobody wanted to play it then. Played that for a long time. Went into 3.5, tried out fourth edition when it first came out, and it wasn't for me. So some of my friends were like, well, should try Pathfinder. It's like, third edition, but better. So I played that for a number of years and eventually just kind of got tired of that style of gaming. There are certain things about third edition and Pathfinder that uh, are really great initially, and after a while, it just starts to get kind of dull. And I was wanting to recapture the magic of when I first started playing with AD&D, but nobody was into that. And this was right around the time that the OSR was getting its start, but I had had some less than favorable interactions trying to game online. So I had just decided that the internet was not a good place to meet gamers. So I just stayed away from all the places where the OSR was getting its start. So here I am in a vacuum complaining that nobody's playing the old school games anymore and I'm not really liking what's currently available. Meanwhile, there's a whole community of people who are having the same thought, but they were smart enough to get together and start this movement. So I missed the birth of the OSR entirely while also complaining that it didn't exist. Um, I looked around and tried different things, got involved in Palladium for a while, which I still love. It's just really hard to find players. Um, that was a game that I had always been curious about when I saw it in the game store, but couldn't get any interest from anybody else. Half the people were like, why would we play Palladium when we already have D&D? The other half was like, oh yeah, I played that for a little while. It's it's ridiculous and over the top. It's not for me. Well, I finally found a good deal on some used Palladium books and bought them all up and basically brought them to my group and said, "This is what I'm running. Does anybody want to play a game?" And so did that for a number of years, and that was fun. But like I said, it's hard to find players. So when I left California and moved to Oklahoma, the only people that I could find that were gamers were fifth edition D&D players, and that really wasn't something I was interested in. And I wasn't having much success with Palladium because my online friends that played it, our schedules weren't matching up very often anymore. So our games would start, but then fall apart because not enough people could get together at the right time. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna run stuff for my wife and kids. We've gamed together before; they enjoy it, but they're not really wanting to do something that's too complex or too crunchy. Uh, Let me see what else is out there. So I started looking around and I came across Old School Essentials, Castles and Crusades, Dungeon Crawl Classics, and several others. But those were the three that held my interest the most. I liked that Old School Essentials was a return to older D&D, which is something I'd been wanting for years. Uh, Castles and Crusades was an extension of AD&D, but with a more modern approach, and so I thought that'd be worthwhile. And then Dungeon Crawl Classics, just the description of it was intriguing, and the Quick Start Guide was free. So I downloaded the Quick Start Guide and I read that, and I looked at my wife and I said, "I'm about to spend $100 on this uh, this website for this game," and she's like, why?" And so I laid out the whole spiel and I read some excerpts out of the Quick Start rules to her. She goes, "That sounds like a lot of fun. And you have to spend $100 to get the free shipping. Okay, yeah, do it." So I bought the Dungeon Crawl Classics core book. I bought the Mutant Crawl Classics core book. Or no, I bought the first time fan kit for DCC that didn't exist yet for MCC. So I just got the core rule book and a few other things that looked interesting. Bought them, got them home, and did nothing with my free time for a few days except read those books cover to cover all the way through. and started brainstorming all these cool things I wanted to do with it. But this was in November, and a buddy of mine was going to be visiting for Christmas. So the whole time I'm getting prepped and getting people excited, but I'm holding off because this guy, we used to game together all the time back in our third edition days, and I wanted my first time running this game to also be his first time. So when he showed up, then we spent his entire week that he was here for Christmas just playing DCC,
That's awesome.
including, in the middle of the night, everybody else has gone to bed. He's still up, I'm still up, and I look at him and say, you want to play some DCC? And he's like, uh, yeah, I'll run something this time. So I sat down with a stack of 3x5 cards and made 20 level characters while he brainstormed a funnel and ran me through it.
That's awesome.
So that's how I found Dungeon Crawl Classics. I was looking for something that would capture the magic and excitement that I felt when I first started playing, that would also be something quick and easy enough for me to introduce to my family, because I did not expect to find any local gamers or anybody online. Fortunately, shortly after that, I found the Dungeon Crawl Classics server and the Dungeon Crawlers server on Discord and the forum, and started very quickly connecting with the community.
Dude, that is such a great story. I love it. Like going back to when you're 9 to now. That's so awesome. We've got Luau Lu in the chat. He had said, Halfling, Rudy, humor is not dead. And then he says, you have a great wife. And I would have to agree with him. Like,
Absolutely.
I'm pretty fortunate with mine as well. Of like, I became a super backer on Kickstarter, and it's only because of that fine lady. So,
It's Lou commented about the name Rudy. I don't know. I don't know if he realizes or not why I named that character that, but at the time, I was a huge fan of the movie Rudy with Sean Astin. And I loved the idea of the little guy that nobody took seriously being the hero. And so that's what I wanted my little halfling to be, was the little guy that nobody took seriously. He wasn't strong. He didn't have high constitution. He has 7 wisdom, like I said, but he was plucky, and he was the hero.
That's great. I could totally visualize someone running along like a 5-foot wide cavern of like kind of like shit. Guys, get ready.
And it's amazing with that disadvantage. If you do make your check, then you're not a coward for the rest of the combat. If you fail it, then every single round you get to try again to see if you overcome your cowardice. And it seemed like I would overcome my cowardice at the most perfect times. I was hiding under a table. We delved deeper and started to find the inhabited areas. We were in this one big room that I don't remember all the particulars, but I know that there was a table there with some stuff on it, and I had ran and hid under the table, and so I'm cowering, behind this table leg, hoping nobody notices me while the combat's happening around me. And every round I'm rolling, nope, didn't get less than a 7. Nope, didn't get less than a 7. One of my brothers is going toe to toe with this creature, and he's not doing well. He's close to dying, and it's my turn, and I roll. I'm not a coward anymore. So my dad and I said, can I attack the thing's legs from under the table? And he goes, yeah, sure. So I take out my little light mace, whack, natural 20.
Nice.
Kill the thing, save my brother's character. And so, of course, that ends the fight. Everybody's like, Rudy! I'm imagining it's just like the end of the movie.
Getting
where
carried off the
they're
field.
hoisting him up.
That's awesome. Lou actually said, yes, I'm from Indiana. Rudy is like a national treasure to us.
I figured that he would make the connection, but...
Oh, that's so great. So I guess we'll get into Where Shadows Fall.
Sure.
Um, man, that initial setting book pulled me right in from the interior cover. And I know I've told you this a couple times now, but it just painted this imagery that I couldn't shake.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That part.
yeah. And I just ripped through that book after I read that. I was just like, oh man. And now you already know I've got my own little thing I've got
Hmm.
brewing here for Where Shadows Fall, because I instantly just was just like, this is what I want to build something for. And yeah, it's going to be fun once I'm done with them.
That's fantastic. It's nice to be able to publish stuff. It's nice to be able to make some money from publishing stuff. But really, the greatest joy for me, and I'm sure a lot of other creators will agree with this. I'm sure Lou agrees with it. There's there's just something about inspiring somebody else and getting them excited to create something of their own based on having read something that you made that you can't put a dollar amount to that. It's it's priceless. So even if you're the only person to ever get excited to that level, I've done my job. I put something out there that inspired creativity in someone else, and that's to me that's amazing.
It is, and that's why I want to get into doing it, is because
Mhm.
there's so many other people out there that I know that and ha, like I did for so long about making something, and that don't always get that spark. And I was lucky enough to find something to light that spark in me.
Mhm.
And this week alone, well, you've seen almost everything I've spit out this week, and I'm like, where did this come from? And it's from the inside of that cover. And
Well,
it's awesome. So
well, thank you for
thanks.
that.
Yeah, well, thank you. So, um, yeah, I can't wait. We'll have to, if we'll see how we're doing towards the end here, and we can maybe talk about what I'm going to be working on
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But I actually kind of want to keep going with Where Shadows Fall. What are some of the movies and books that you would suggest that were inspirations to you for building the setting?
Um, that's a lot. I years ago, I started a campaign using D20 Modern. This was back in like 2008, I believe. I was living in Las Vegas. My buddy that came to visit a couple years ago that I
Yep.
mentioned earlier, that's where he still lives. Uh, that's where we met, and we had a regular gaming group and played a lot of D&D and various other things. But I got the group jazzed about a D20 Modern game because when I read through the book, I got inspired by one of the hooks in there. The idea of, you know, because it's a modern game, so the classic trope of you all meet in a tavern doesn't work as well. Summons from the king doesn't work as well, etc. Uh, so one of the suggested hooks in there was, I think they called it like Sector 7. The idea that you're working for a pseudo government agency tasked with dealing with things they don't want the public to know about. Well, I've always been a fan of that sort of thing. I loved the X Files and Warehouse 13 and various shows of that nature were things I always gravitated towards. So when I read that, I got inspired to build off of that and do a game that was going to weave in some horror elements and what have you. In fact, I mention in here in the acknowledgments section, the part that says for Turi up here at the top. That's a
Yep.
reference to that game because that game ended up falling apart after a few sessions because one of the players moved away One of them took a new job that had a different schedule that meant that he couldn't game with us anymore. And another one, his schedule at work changed, so he couldn't game with us anymore. And
Ugh,
suddenly I didn't have players. And I had thought of that for years, wanting to wanting to recapture it, which is what ultimately led to the creation of this. I wanted to be able to run that kind of game again, but with a rule set that I liked better. Um, but as far as movies and books and such, I already mentioned X-Files. Definitely works for that. Not necessarily for the alien aspect or even the government agency, but more the conspiracies within conspiracies within conspiracies. Every time you think you know what's going on, you're wrong. Everybody you think you can trust, you can't. Everybody you think is an enemy might actually be on your side. That kind of stuff really drew me. I like the alien angle for sure, but for me, that was just the thing that allowed all of the cool stuff to happen.
right.
Um, what I loved about Warehouse 13 was much the same thing. They're hosted by the U.S. government in this iteration of the warehouse, but they don't actually work for the government. They're a separate organization, and their job is uh, to protect people from these dangerous artifacts that are out there in the world without also revealing their existence. Uh, Men in Black, same thing. Those movies and the cartoon and the comics, they could get pretty campy, but the core idea behind it was always inspirational to me as a great way to do a modern setting game. I also spent 15 years as a member of an organization that promoted live action play of World of Darkness games.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I joined up with them by happenstance because I got the date wrong for a D&D game at the local game store late September 2001. The guy mentioned that he was running his game on Saturday, or no, on Friday nights. I didn't realize he meant every other Friday, so I showed up the next Friday, which just so happened to be the the LARP night. And the store owner talked me into sticking around and trying out this vampire game that I had never heard of. I had at that time had only done fantasy gaming. The idea of playing in a modern setting where you're the monster was new to me. I I had never considered it, so I was intrigued. And then the idea of there isn't any dice and you walk around, acting out your character was also new and interesting. So I stuck around, played that, fell in love, and ended up doing it for 15 years. Uh,
Wow.
yeah. Um, Books, the Dresden Files was the first thing that my wife pointed out. I hadn't even considered the influence there, but when she read the first draft of what I was writing, she goes, "You could totally do a Dresden Files game with this." Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I probably could. So that clearly was a big influence. Um, but yeah, I've always liked conspiracy stuff. I've always liked the idea of a world hidden from view. You see that in the World of Darkness games, in every iteration. You see that Hellboy 2 has that with they had to wear the special
Yep.
goggles in order to see the fey creatures for what they were. Um, you see that in Harry Potter with the wizarding world being hidden from the Muggle world. You see that in a lot of places, and that's always caught my attention, caught my interest. And so I wanted to be able to make my own game that allows me to pull in and allows other people to pull in any of those kinds of inspirations they want without worry of how it's going to conflict with canon, and that can be a tricky thing because if you write too tightly for your setting, then you run into the problem that I always had trying to game in the Forgotten Realms. Well, you can't do that because there's too much canon,
Right.
and now you're going to have half your players upset because you're going against canon. But if you don't go against canon, you don't have any room to play the game. And if you're too loose, then it makes it a hard sell for why people should play this or what to expect. So trying to hit that sweet spot of just enough hinted at and suggested to get everybody kind of on the same page, but enough wiggle room that your version of this game, your setting, is going to be different from mine. Is going to be different from Luau Lu. Is going to be different from whoever else picks up the game. They will all feel like they belong together, but we can each infuse our own bits of inspiration into it when we run it. You can lean more into the conspiracy side. You can lean more into the horror side. You can lean more into the fantasy side. You can mix and match however you want, and it all feels like it belongs there.
Hmm. Yeah. You've done a great job of making it a sandbox. We've got the Neon Lord himself in the house.
How's it going, Brian?
What's up, Brian? And no need to apologize. Brian had said Big League Glue in the chat, and then Lou said, sorry, folks, that was an inside joke between me and Brian from Gamehole.
No, those inside jokes sometimes become people's new nicknames, like good old Luscious Levi.
Luscious Levi, yeah, that's a great one.
Started as an inside joke. Now that's his name, and none of us are going to let him forget it.
I missed the opportunity when I had him on a couple weeks ago. I completely spaced on that. That's too bad. So another thing that you've done that I think is really cool with this is, and it's got a lot of versatility to it, is the factions.
Mm-hmm.
See, I told you before we went live, I was going to have a couple of those moments where my brain just goes blank.
That's all right.
Which is why I've got notes. But which was your favorite faction to make? And what now is your current favorite faction?
That's tough. I had a lot of fun with each of them, and each one kind of drew from like I mentioned before, having lots of different elements that I liked to play with. Each one was an attempt to provide an easy vehicle for judges to use to put whatever slant they wanted on it. But I think when it really comes down to it, I like being able to play with some of the fantasy elements, even if I'm downplaying them. I like having them present. So even if my focus is going to be on conspiracy or horror, I like knowing that that conspiracy might be a conspiracy of fairies, or that horror might be at the hands of an ogre. Because fantasy is where I started, and it always, in some way, bleeds in. So I think the Knights of the Silver Dragon and the Sons of Minos provide the basically the default good guy and the default bad guy in that kind of relationship. And so I think I had the most fun daydreaming things to do that involve them. And while I wanted to keep the level one adventure relatively free so the judges could go any direction they wanted, there is a tie to the Knights of the Silver Dragon in that you can play up or downplay as you wish. But as far as a favorite, I don't know that I necessarily have one. I had the most fun daydreaming about those two. But does that make them my favorite? I don't know.
Probably like asking you to pick a favorite kid. Yeah,
Yeah, your favorite kid is the one that you're talking to
right.
at the moment, you know. And if there's more than one present, then you don't have a favorite kid. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
You know, if my son's the only one in the room, he's my favorite kid when I'm talking to him. If it's my daughter, she's my favorite kid at that moment. But yeah, it is very much like that. Trying to pick a favorite is not only is it hard, I don't think it's necessary. But
No, you don't need to have a favorite.
yeah,
Like, I don't really have a favorite, but I have found in talking to a lot of people that they tend to be partial towards
hmm
one thing or another. But you definitely don't have to have one, that's for sure. Uh,
and some of these they were conceived in a way that they can overlap, mix and match, uh, align with one another, but also be opposed because I thought that that provided more opportunities for really cool intrigue and conspiracy in games. So I guess it's how something is being presented in the moment will, bring it up or down on a favorites list.
gotcha. So, hmm, do we want to get in to the other set of books, or should we talk top 5 monsters first?
It's up to you, man. It's your show. I'm just
Well,
here
it
to
may
hang
be,
out.
but I'm like, yeah, well, that's like, I'm just like chilling with you right
Yeah.
now. That's what I feel like. And yeah, let's get into for now. Well, actually, before we do that, you brought it up. Let's talk about this
Mhm.
bad boy.
And real quick, while we're still on factions, anybody who backed knows this, but those who don't, because we've talked about Levi a few times, he expanded on my faction stuff because in the base zine, each faction gets a page of information that's meant to be enough to inspire the judge without, like I mentioned before, uh, boxing you in. The faction zine then takes that and expands on it with rumors, story seeds, notable NPCs, most of which were written by Levi Combs himself.
Nice. So Lou
E-
is wondering. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Everything else was written by me, but that got a dose of Levi's magic injected
Nice.
into it.
That's awesome. Lou is wondering, with this being DCC, if there are any crazy tables in this setting.
Well, there is, because this is modern. There's firearms and explosives, and I decided when I was writing this that I wanted these things to be deadly. Not necessarily for realism because that gets to be a slippery slope, but more because I wanted for my games for the majority of characters to be mundane humans who discover what's hidden by the shadow. And so with that, I wanted everything about the world to be scary, even when you begin to recognize it for what it is. So I wanted even the mundane stuff to be something that you were constantly nervous about, which meant that I wanted firearms to be something that you didn't mess around with.
Right.
I didn't want this to be a cinematic game where both sides are lined up and just spraying bullets everywhere. I wanted you to think carefully before you got involved in something where bullets were a possibility. So not only uh, did I make their base damage higher, but I also uh, borrowed something that I've seen in a number of other games. The idea of the exploding die, that if you roll max on a particular die, you get to roll it again and keep adding. So firearms do that, which should be scary enough on its own, but that also meant that I needed to come up with a new table for critical hits. So when you are using firearms, you do get to make use of a crazy kind of powerful table. That's that's the only table that's in this at the moment. Uh, I do have plans for several more pieces to expand on this game, at which time then you'll see more of the crazy tables come up. But so far, besides, occupation tables, it's the firearms crit table.
Which is very mean, by the way.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be because, like I said, I want to maintain that the world is a scary place from as many directions as possible. So not only are there these unknown creatures out there, but also, there's normal people that have access to guns, and that should be a frightening thing.
It is. Lou wants you to give us a roll on it.
Okay.
And Brian's chanting roll, 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 roll.
All right. Well, Lou, you got your dice handy? Go ahead and so for this, you roll a d5 plus your level modified by your luck. So why don't you roll a d10 for me real quick to figure out what your level is?
Lou or me?
You know what? You do it. You
All
you
right.
decide it. Figure out what your level is for your character,
All right, roll a d10.
and then
Lou's got his dice ready too, so
okay, good. Because
I
he's
got an
gonna.
8 on the d10.
Okay, so you're level 8. Go ahead and roll your 3d6 to figure out what your luck is,
Give me 1
so we can
second
figure
here.
out the modifiers, and then Lou's gonna roll his d5, apply the modifiers, and we'll see what he gets. Let's make this an interactive experience here.
I like it. 3d6. A d3. 6s. All right, I'm gonna grab that one. There's one. They don't want to come out of the bag. They're hiding. Gotta be kidding me. I got 2 here, so we're gonna the 3d6.
Mm-hmm.
11, and then Lou got a 7 and a 2.
All right, so 11, that's a 0 modifier. He got a 7 and a 2. As that rolls on the d5? Because
I'm not sure. He put 7 and then 2 in there.
All right, well, you're level 8. You have a 0 luck modifier, so that's going to be d5 plus 8. So, Luke, go ahead and roll a d5 plus 8 and tell me what you get. The suspense.
Oh, the 2 was from the d5. He said.
Okay.
Okay.
So 2 plus 8 is 10. So 10. Crippling shot, permanently disable one limb of choice. So whatever the damage was, so let's take a look. Let's say he was using a small pistol, so that's 2d4. So Brian, why don't you roll 2d4, and if either of those dice comes up a 4, re-roll it. So it doesn't have to be both of them a 4. Any 4s that pop up, roll again, and give me that total. And so when he's shooting, then he'll deal whatever that damage is, and if that didn't kill a person, he's also crippled one of their limbs.
Man, guy's not going to be looking too good, I don't think.
No. If if he doesn't just die outright, he's still in bad shape.
Yeah.
And remember, there's no magic healing in this except by way of make potion,
Oh, Brian
which
doesn't have any dice in range. He said he's putting the
ah
kids down. We've got my buddy Tesla in here. Tesla, you got any dice on you?
yeah.
We need 2d4.
I mean, I've got dice, but it's a lot more fun to let other people roll.
Yeah, I like getting the chat involved.
Yeah, with the make potion spell being the only way to have magic healing, it means it's incredibly rare. Even the faith healer is not magical healing. They simply accelerate the rate of your natural healing.
Right.
So again, not only are firearms, deadly, will probably kill you with a single shot. Even if you survive something, you're going to be down for the count for a while.
Yeah, for sure. We'll
And
have you roll 2d4. Go ahead. Sorry.
so that was something that I wrestled with initially, was to do I have some sort of accelerated healing or not? And I thought, no, because I want a grittiness to this. I want to maintain that fear of death at all times without the backstop of magical healing. And yeah, potentially you could have a healing potion at some point, but you know that's the make potion spell, which is what, a third level spell,
Yeah.
and mages have a much slower rate of access to magic than wizards do. So you're pretty high level before you are in a position where you could potentially learn how to make a magic potion that can heal someone. So definitely a game where you need to uh, you
Not
need to be
get shot
considering, yeah, you need, well, not even just shot.
or
Uh,
stabbed even. And
yeah, it's a little more realistic in that way, that you need to really consider your options, and is it really worth the gamble of getting into a direct fight? So of course now now you have opportunities to think outside the box. Uh, establish a kill box and ambush your opponent, or find some way of dealing with them that doesn't involve combat, things like that.
I was just going to say, you get to be clandestine as all get out.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Exactly.
We
And
don't
of
have
course
any
there's
d4s, so I'm going to roll some.
all right. And there's plenty of options on that front, and there is a warrior analog, so if it does come to blows, you do have somebody who's just as scary to your opponents as what your opponents are to you. The So 5 total. So what, a 3 and a 2?
Yep.
Okay. So no extra damage
No.
from those fours, but you can see how easily that could get out of hand.
Oh, yeah.
If you're rolling 2d4, if either of them is a 4, you get to re-roll it and keep adding.
And if both of them are
If both of them,
fours,
then you're exactly, it's 8 plus another 2d4.
you just hear the voice in the background saying, "Finish him."
Yeah, you could absolutely be a level 10 character and get one shot.
Yeah.
So it maintains the scary of combat all the way through without having to worry about levels and what have you.
It makes me wonder if I've got one of my critters a little too OP. I don't know how well you remember them all, but the
No,
scooper.
I don't think that you need to worry about that, because again, a
It's,
0 level character with a pistol can one shot a level 10 tough
yeah.
with the right roll of the dice.
Yep.
With that being the case, it's my hope that it will train players to be a little more thoughtful in their approach. Because don't get me wrong, I love combat as much as the next gamer, but I think part of what sells a game like this is the idea that you can't just, you know, it's not like the scene in the Stallone Judge Dredd movie with block war and everybody just, bullets everywhere. That's really great in a cinematic type setting, but that's not the feel of this. So I wanted to downplay those kinds of opportunities. That way, when there is something that's cinematic, it really shines. When a mage casts a spell, it's super impressive. When the faith healer uh, gets his hands on you and you recover within a few days from something that should have taken weeks or months, it's impressive. You know, the the little things matter at that point.
Yeah. Like, I really love the fact that you can die at any moment in this setting with one wrong move.
Hmm.
Uh, Lou says that it's cool. He loves the dice mechanics and he always wanted to play a Western with those kind of rules. That would actually be really fun.
That would be. And that it's funny. Somebody asked me when I ran I ran the funnel not too long ago on Discord, and somebody said, "Well, what do you mean when you say modern? Like, when is this set?" And I said, "Well, that's the great thing is at no point do I make mention of a time period for when this is set. Now there is reference to some stuff that suggests that by default it's after that. There's references to like the Roswell incident, which of course suggests that if with that in the past that this is set some time after. But I tried very hard to make this something where modern can really mean anything after the invention of the automobile easily.
Yeah.
And you could even go back a little bit before that and have it still work. So you could absolutely do this as a Western. Get obviously there's not going to be any computers or vehicles or things like that or modern vehicles, but everything else should work. You can keep the firearm mechanics exactly as they are because the small pistol and the heavy pistol and the shotgun and all that would have existed in your Western setting.
Oh, that's a
Uh,
rabbit hole I don't need to go down right now, looking up old Western
and
firearms.
but see, the beautiful thing is you don't have to do all of that because David Beatty already did it.
Right, with Weird Frontiers.
Yeah,
So,
that
yep.
madman doesn't just have it broken down as, the small and large pistol. He also has a section in the back that's broken down by individual model of pistol and rifle and shotgun. So if you want a very specific firearm, what do you know? The rules for it are right there. So you could easily take Weird Frontiers for that kind of stuff. Your procedural stuff is in there, and your uh, you know particulars about different firearms, and then take the factions and the deadlier firearm mechanics from this and have your own super scary Western.
Man,
Absolutely.
I'm really liking the sounds of that, Lou.
And that is probably the biggest reason why I decided to make this based on the Dungeon Crawl Classics rules. Is I watched in the days of third edition D&D so many things being forcefully adapted to D&D rules, and you see that now with the fifth edition rules. And for some things it works, but for other things, I mean, Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland would not be a fun game in a fifth edition based rule set because the feel of Neon Lords does not translate with fifth edition rules.
No.
Um, Not that there's anything wrong with fifth edition for a classic fantasy game. It just doesn't work for certain other things. And the only place where I ever saw that work seamlessly was D20 Modern. They managed to figure out how to take the core engine of third edition and translate it to a modern setting in a way that didn't feel like you were trying to hammer a, you know, a round peg into a square hole.
Right.
Dungeon Crawl Classics, the basic approach of the rules is really easy to adapt to pretty much anything you want, and that's evidenced by all the stuff that already exists. I'm not even the first one to go modern with it. In fact, I mention lots of zines that have gone modern right there in the material. And I have direct shout outs with, links for where to purchase
Yep.
stuff and pictures of them because I want people to do that. And that was the other goal of this, was to make it function as a standalone thing, where if all you have is this and this, you can play it and have fun. But if you also have this,
Yeah,
you can
buddy.
put these together and have a game that's so much cooler than either one of them alone, because this is amazing by itself. And I like to think this is pretty amazing by itself, but imagine putting them together.
That is like
And that
the
opens up all kinds of new opportunities,
that's like Willy Wonka introducing the everlasting gobstopper right there,
right?
putting those two together.
I mean, that's your chocolate and your peanut butter. But
It sure is.
there's so much great stuff that other people have already done with DCC in a more modern setting that I wanted to make sure that, as you're seeing my overly large zine collection there, I wanted to make sure that anything that I did was additive to all of this, so that if you wanted to, you could mix and match. You can run Where Shadows Fall by itself, but you can add in True Vigilante, and now you've got street level crime fighters battling the forces of these shadowy factions. Or, take it a step further, and what if you did something like this?
Oh
You
man.
use these two together to make Ninja Turtles. You use this for the extra street level crime fighting related stuff, and then you grab the Sons of Minos out of here as your Foot
Foot
Clan
Clan. Yeah.
analog, and boom, come on, right?
Yeah.
So I needed to make sure that it all worked together, and it's Dungeon Crawl Classics is perfect for that sort of thing. It really is.
And yeah, because you can create the perfect stew from taking different ingredients
Hmm.
from every other spice on the rack and every other ingredient in the store and just mix it all together.
And for those who don't know, but are excited about Palladium Games bringing back Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness,
Can't wait.
the the base rules that they devised for making mutant animals, when the TMNT license went away, they carried that over into After the Bomb, which the first After the Bomb book was a supplement book for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness, and they kept that name and the setting elements from After the Bomb for their newer game. That's basically Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but with all of the IP stripped out of it. So the rules for how to make a mutant animal are exactly the same. This very much took inspiration from that. First time I read this, I went, "Oh, this was written by a Palladium fan," because the concepts in here for determining your animal features, same kind of thing. So if that's something that excites you, you don't even necessarily, not saying you shouldn't. I love Palladium games. I have a lot of Palladium stuff, and I'm excited about the re-release of Ninja Turtles and plan to buy it. But in the meantime, there's this $5 zine that will use these rules to give you essentially the same thing. So keep that in mind. Try that out while you're waiting for the Ninja Turtles official game to come back. And like I said, add some Ninja City for the ninja aspect. Add some True Vigilante from Bloat Games for the crime fighter aspect, and you got your factions and conspiracies right here. Boom, ready to go.
It's funny that you should say about Palladium, because then Lou chimed in and said Palladium's relaunching their TMNT RPG. Same old rules, but having owned it all and played it, it doesn't hold a candle to what you just suggested. And then he said, I use Bronx Beast for the Manimal Genome and MCC, which is a great idea. It just makes better sense.
Yeah, Bronx Beast is fantastic. And, I have I don't have physical copies of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strange, but I do have After the Bomb sitting over there. I have Heroes Unlimited Second Edition, which took a small sliver of those rules and added them so that you can play mutant animal superheroes. I have a lot of Palladium stuff, and I like it. I was amazed when I got a hold of Bronx Beast that they had taken that really cool concept and distilled it down into a tiny little zine, and I don't feel like anything's missing. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I don't own that yet.
Put it on your next order.
I just wrote it down both because True Vigilante is one of the few bloat products I don't have. And Bronx Beast, so I'm going to be adding both of those to the library.
And of course, you want to play up the horror side of things, consider like Ghostlight Crime would be a fun addition with your Where Shadows Fall. Or this gets in a different direction with conspiracies and a weird kind of setting.
I've never even heard of that one.
This one?
Yeah. What is that one? Nowhere City Nights.
Nowhere City Nights. There's some expanded material for this as well, but I don't own it currently. I got this a while back to check it out and see what I thought of it before investing in the rest of it, and I just haven't gotten around to getting the others. But even if you don't use anything setting-wise from this, it has some really great creature stuff.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, Where Shadows Fall, you can use that as a supplement to your Nowhere City Nights, or you can use Nowhere City Nights as a supplement to your Where Shadows Fall. There's a patron in here. There's some cool stuff.
Lou is wondering who did Ghostlight Crime.
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head now. It's Kane Cathane. So here's the title page. Yeah. There's the front cover. There's the back cover. Goodman Games has it. That's where I bought it.
I can't spend any more money this month. It's a good thing it's almost November.
Right? It's almost rollover season. I can buy more again. Yeah, that's a dangerous place to be.
It is. It really is.
And I've scaled back significantly on what I purchase, and even what I back on Kickstarter since I transitioned to trying to write full time. Because while I'm able to meet my needs, that the lack of household income that came from a steady job means I can't just back every project I want to, which is why I'm backing Lou's current project, Unnatural Selections Volume 2. So I backed the first one and I haven't. I want to expand on that, but I wrestled with it for quite a while and ultimately had to pass for now on his previous Kickstarter. I thought it was beautiful. It was brilliant. I really hope that there are copies that I can pick up at PAX U when I'm there. Uh, and Lou, if you bring them, I'll buy direct from you and cut out the middleman. But I couldn't at the time back it because there was a whole bunch of projects I was interested in, and I had to pare things down based on which ones am I likely to be able to get afterward versus the ones where it's going to be a lot harder. And I knew that anything from Lou I'd be able to get later. So as much as I'd love to, kick those Kickstarter numbers up, sometimes you have to take a pass. And I know people are going to do that with my content too. There are going to be people who wait and buy it after the fact because the timing is bad.
Right. Yeah. I definitely back way too much stuff, and I want to do what you've done and kind of at some point step back from the full-time job. But yeah, it's just not in the cards for me right now. Yeah, Brian chimed in saying King Cathane, he said you can add volume 1 to your volume 2 in the Kickstarter, which is what I did. And Werewolf 1. Lou says it's not a problem. He's in the same place. He had to miss Levi's Werewolf 1 that he had really been waiting for.
I'm one of the contributing writers to that, which on its own is awesome, but it also meant that I get a copy without having to back it on Kickstarter, which was really important to me because I wanted that badly just for the stuff that other people have written. And it was one of those that I was going to prioritize it if I wasn't getting a complimentary copy. And that meant that there was somebody else's project I was going to have to not back because there's a limit. And everybody's line is different. It's based on your own circumstances.
Yep.
But there will always be more projects than what you can reasonably afford to buy or house on your shelves.
I just keep buying more bookshelves. The problem is I'm running out of space to put them. And
Right?
it's like, I'm already looking around now, like my living room, I have 3 bookshelves. It should realistically hold 2. And I'm like, where am I going to put this bookshelf? Because it's where we put our Christmas tree. And when we put our Christmas tree up, I'm going to have a bookshelf in the middle of my frickin' kitchen. So
I told my wife at one point that I was going to need to buy new bookshelves, and she said, "Well, you'd have to stop backing Kickstarters to be able to afford to buy more bookshelves."
ooh,
And that was a reality that I didn't like. Like, yeah, if I continue to buy stuff, then I need the bookshelves. But if I buying stuff, I can't afford the bookshelves. If I stop buying stuff and then buy the bookshelves, I won't have the stuff that I need to put on them. So I'm in that awkward place right now where I have more than will fit on what I currently have available, but not enough to quite warrant getting a new one. So I'm waiting a little bit longer, and then I'm just going to replace everything that I have with a new set that will accommodate everything, and then I won't have things in stacks or in boxes anymore.
yeah, I would love to get like a really big shelf, put everything on, but I don't have the room for that either. So
We have talked a few times about turning this entire room into a library.
oh,
There's plenty of wall space for it. The problem is if I put shelves on all of them, then it cuts the available floor space down to the point where there's walking room or there's furniture room, not both. So if I do that, this becomes a library, but then I need to have somewhere else for people to sit.
just
Uh,
build an addition on, no big deal,
right?
right?
Yeah, of course, easy fix.
Yeah. I don't know why you didn't think of that in the first place.
I
God.
I don't know.
Oh, Jeremy, what are we going to do with you?
I don't know. A back more of my projects so I can afford that edition.
That works. So one other thing that you put out with this setting is the Creatures of Shadow. And when I first got it, I did a quick flip through, and I just so happened to stop on the necro spider. And it was like watching one of the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons where the heart just started pounding out of the chest. And I was in love with that. And I was just like, oh, it's not only a spider. It's, I'll let you tell folks about more of the,
Yeah, it resembles a spider, but it's actually a type 1 demon with magic. It's kind of terrifying. Uh, this was a fun project to do. Uh, one of the things that I set out to do with Where Shadows Fall, in addition to all of the inspirational stuff I wanted, I also had had several instances where uh, new creators were coming to me to ask questions about uh, writing and publishing content. How difficult is it? What's it cost? And I was realizing that I was very fortunate that when I started out, I had already kind of made some important connections with people that saved me some of the costs that certain other people do. So I have a few people who we kind of trade back and forth on proofreading and editing and what have you that allows me to not have to pay for an editor.
ooh, that's
Eventually, I want to
fantastic.
be in a eventually I want to be in a position where I'm producing something expansive enough
You gotta.
that I need an editor and that I'm doing that in such a way that I can afford one. But right now, I'm still small time, and I've been fortunate enough to not have to pay an editor, and I've made some good contacts with artists that allow me a little bit of flexibility on that. Still paying artists. I'm not saying that this allows me to get art for free, or that I should, because I think artists deserve at least as much pay and recognition as writers do. It's honestly, uh, it's a lot easier to write than it is to produce a quality piece of art, at least from my perspective. So if I think that my writing is worth a certain amount, then I think the artist is worth more, because the artist is really going to sell my writing to people before they've gotten around to reading it. Um, but that seemed to be a barrier for a lot of people, was the idea of artists. And when I say that knowing people has helped me out there, still I still pay for the art, but there's a level of trust that extends to not having to have quite so much upfront. You
Right,
know,
I got you. Like you might be able to pay after the Kickstarter or
exactly.
something ends,
A,
or
a smaller amount upfront than what they would normally charge. Being able to wait a little bit longer to pay it until after the funds come in and things like that. Everybody's happy on the end, but those kinds of relationships make it easier on the front. And not everybody has that. So art was something that a lot of people seemed to be concerned about. I've got this thing I want to write, and I want to be able to publish it, but it's going to need some really awesome art, and I don't think I'm going to be able to pay for that. So one of the things I wanted to do here, uh, it did mean not hiring an artist this time, but it was meant as something that I could point to for the next time somebody came to me with something like this and say, you don't have to have a big budget for art. So what I did with this was I ensured that every bit of art in all three of these zines and in the pamphlet adventure was either something I had created myself, like my logo, something that I had permission to use, like the compatible with DCC logo, or was public domain art. Because I wanted to be able to show the people who were, on the fence about that. I had mentioned before well, there's always public domain art, things like that. People always kind of screw up their faces with, yeah, but I have something in particular in mind. So I wanted to be able to show that you could do something of good quality using freely available art resources and not having to resort to AI art and not have to break your bank gambling on its success by buying art ahead of time, etc. Well, the extension of all of that came when I decided to do creatures because I had written almost everything else and I went, this is gonna this is gonna be a lot more successful if I have new creatures. Because I already am not doing new spells yet. I had decided to hold off on that for something that I'm developing for later. Like I can't also not have creatures. Well, I had already promised myself I was going to do everything with public domain art. Well, that's kind of tricky to write up a creature and then try and find a piece of existing art to fit it. So
Right.
I thought, okay, here's what I'm going to do. So I started searching, and every time I came across a picture of a creature that I thought might be inspirational, I saved it until I had a whole bunch of stuff there. And then I went through that file and went, hmm, what might this be? And if I liked the direction that went, it went into the zine. If I didn't like the direction that went, no, scrap that. Let's move on to the next one. So each of these creatures started with me finding a piece uh, of available art, and some of which I did creative things with things really, really simple. I'd grab a piece of art and then go, all right, what can I make from this that doesn't already exist in the game? And that's where you get the 14 creatures in here.
Dude, it's great. So well done with the public domain art. Like you said too, a lot of people will kind of poo-poo it and be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I don't want to use it." But
And I didn't want to go the public domain art route for this adventure because I wanted it to have more of that module feel to it.
right.
Zines are one thing, a module is different. So I needed art. But then I thought, well, the other thing that people, you know, turn their nose up at is stock art. All right, I'm going to do this whole thing with stock art. So, as 32 pages or something like that in here, and it's crammed full of stock art, most of which is Brad McDevitt, like 15 pieces, I think. But then I got three from Dean Spencer, one from Dave Alsop, and then the cover from Matt Morrow. But yeah, I went through stock art options on Drive-Thru RPG and bought some inexpensive pieces of stock art for
Nice.
this. Some of which I was able to get because they were on sale. And yeah, so
And that's like doubly good because you're still helping out
mhm,
another independent
exactly.
artist. So
So for future projects, I'll go back to hiring an artist and commissioning stuff. But I wanted to have something that I could point to that I had made, so that when somebody's unsure of how they're going to be able to do this or that, say, look, this is what you can do with public domain art. This is what you can do with stock art. These look every bit as good as anything I might have imagined in my head and hired somebody to do. Um, you can do that. And I encourage people who, if art is the one thing that's holding you back, take a look at this stuff. You know, get the PDFs of my zines. They're cheap, and look through them and realize just how easy it is to do that. You know, and then actually save some of the money from your first successful venture and put it towards an art fund so that you can then
yeah.
branch out from the world of stock art and public domain art to hiring fantastic artists to do custom stuff for you. But don't wait until you already have money that you're never going to save up before you do your first project.
Yeah. Oh, I'm guilty of doing that with stuff. So And
Yeah.
the the thing that I sent you the other night that I'm working on, which will let the
Hmm.
cat out of the bag here eventually, but we'll build suspense for our viewers right now. But that was stock art. You know, it was
Yeah.
like $2
Yeah.
and it fit what I made perfectly.
Hmm.
So, you know, yeah, you definitely don't need to spend a lot. It's nice to be able to, but
Absolutely. And I think that when you finally get into a position where you can do that, where you can drop 25, 50, 100, $200 on a piece of art, $1,000 on a really beautiful cover, by all means do so, because those artists, this is their livelihood, and they need to be able to keep their lights on and keep food in their belly and pay medical expenses and you know buy fuel for their vehicle and go to conventions and whatever else they do. So definitely definitely do that when you can. But just because you don't have the availability to do that now doesn't mean you don't have the availability to produce an awesome product. And it doesn't even have to be something big. I mean, you can do a pamphlet.
yeah, exactly. And that's your
Uh,
funnel for people that don't know.
exactly. This is the funnel for Where Shadows Fall. Um, this is the only thing I did not lay out myself. I had a whole bunch of stuff I was working on at the time. Stefan Surratt is a friend of mine, and he has done a lot of pamphlet related stuff. So I had started by shooting a message to ask him what's what's the word count range that a pamphlet can handle, because I wanted to make sure that I was writing something that would fit in this. And then he got back to me on that. I started doing it, and I thought, well, you're a dummy. Just ask him the follow-up question. I said, do you have the time to lay this out for me? And he's like, yeah, sure. I can lay out your pamphlet in about 20 minutes.
Nice.
Just send me the text, send me the images you want, and anything else that you want to specify. I was like, great, here you go. Here's the document. Here's a folder with some images. Place them wherever they make sense, and thank you. He knocked it out. Like I said, it took him less than an hour to do the whole thing. And then he's like, and here's the company that I use for my pamphlet stuff because they do quality work for really cheap.
Nice.
These all told, they worked out to cost me about $1 each.
Nice.
Yeah. So the total, including the shipping, to do a print run of 100 of these was $105 and some change,
Oh, wow.
if I'm
That's not
remembering
bad at
correctly.
all.
Not at all.
And
And a
especially
fast
because
turnaround.
if anyone's wondering, that thing is thick as can be. It's not like some little pamphlet you're going to pick up that bends in half when you pick it up. That
Yeah,
thing's
it's a 100-pound cardstock, I think, if I remember correctly.
Tesla chimed in. He said it's so stressful being a commission artist, to be honest. Says he took a break from art altogether because he was taking some hits from putting in lots of work for people to get burned. It's rough all around. Just do what you
Mhm.
can with the resources available.
Absolutely.
And if you,
And
speaking of artists, I should link you up with Tesla because he does an awesome job. He did my logo, and he's an amazing artist if you're ever looking for someone to use.
yeah,
So,
I'm always happy to meet new artists. And to build off of what he was saying there, I think the key is to develop relationships. Don't treat your artist like it's the guy taking your order at McDonald's. Actually
no,
build a relationship with this person. You don't have to send each other Christmas cards or be invited to each other's weddings, but invest in the person and build that relationship, because then they're much more likely to take a risk on you. You're much more likely to take a risk on them. If what you're envisioning in your brain doesn't perfectly match the thing that they send you on paper, you're more likely to stop and think critically of, Is this close enough to what I wanted that I can be happy with it, or is there something that I really do need to have changed? And if it's close enough, then roll with it. And if it's not, if you are really particular, well, if you've developed that relationship, then you're going to be a lot less harsh when you talk to your friend about the changes that need to be made, rather than that guy that messed up my order. And the artist is going to be a lot more likely to work with you rather than see you as yet another difficult customer. Why am I doing commission stuff when I could just knock out whatever I feel like and put it up as a $5 download on Drive Through RPG.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
the relationships matter.
They do.
And
Big time.
and those kinds of relationships have made really good friends for me. There's writers and artists and guys like you
Yeah.
that that I met through the industry, but have become my friends, and it's been mutually beneficial in a lot of different ways, socially and emotionally, but also on the business side of things. I write things for other people, sometimes with credit and sometimes without credit, because my friend is stuck on a thing and needs some help, and then other people do the same for me. You know, if we hadn't cultivated relationships in the community, there's no way that Levi's work would be in this zine. That man's far too busy to just write a whole bunch of copy for some random guy.
Yeah.
But you know, we cultivated a relationship, and so when he was doing Reverend Werewolf, I was one of the people that he said, "Hey, I want my friends involved in this. Would you like to write something?" You know, if Brian's still in the chat, he's in there as well. Brian, the Neon Lord, that man is ridiculously busy. He doesn't have time to stop what he's doing and just do whatever. But he and Levi have become friends. So when Levi said, "Hey, I want my friends involved," he made the time to write his section. And Brian and I work together. Levi and I work together. I've worked with Joy Royale. There's a lot of us are building our own kind of community, and some of that gets seen because we show up on each other's streams, or we're involved in some event together. We credit each other in our works, but it's not just about getting to know this person well enough to talk them into writing something for you, or draw something for you, or
No.
whatever. There's so much more to it. That just ends up being an extra benefit kind of on the side.
Yeah.
And it's, Lou came on my show and put an awful lot of work into coming up with a really cool new patron slash deity for a book that I'm writing. His contributions were hugely important. Uh, Levi's been on the show. Joey's been on the show. Uh, Lots of people have. Brian was supposed to be on the show, but he double booked that weekend, and so priority went to the convention he was attending, which is appropriate. It should. The convention, you kind of can't wiggle out of that
Yeah.
one. My show, not as big of a deal. But the point is, you know, we've gotten to know each other. They've come on and contributed stuff to me. And if Lou ever sent me an email saying, "Hey, I'm in a bind. I need this particular thing. Can you write it?" Well, you better believe that would top out my priority list right then and there. "Yeah, Lou, I'm on it. How soon do you need it?" And done. Same thing for Brian. Not just because I technically work for the man, uh, but just as a friend, if he had something that wasn't related to my duties in the company, if he said, "Hey, I need this thing," yeah, I'm on it, I'm there for you. But he'd do the same thing for me.
Yep.
you know
Yep. Brian chimed in and said Shire Con. And then Lou says, Father Goose, we still have to figure out another collaboration as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I love that kind of stuff. What Like I said, in the beginning, when I was talking about you being inspired by the stuff that I wrote, making money is nice, it's important if you want to eat and keep the lights on and have an internet connection that allows this kind of thing. But it's not the end all be all. And making these kinds of connections, making these friends, inspiring people and being inspired by people, that's worth so much more than you can really express.
Absolutely. And like, it's with you inspiring me with Where Shadows Fall. Joey is just a walking inspiration. Brian as well. I mean, the with him letting me play in his sandbox to make what I'm making for
Yeah.
I've got them all too. I don't have them
Yeah.
right where I can grab them, but yep.
And I have almost every version of this that exists. The only thing I'm missing is there's at least one con exclusive soft cover that I don't have because I didn't attend that convention. But I have the first edition. I have the Kickstarter exclusive first edition. I have this, the Total Carnage edition, and I have the soft cover that has it's a pared down version of Total Carnage.
Nice.
Yeah, I get it. Some of these people, they inspire you so much, you just
Yeah,
want
you get
to own
everything they
everything they've
make.
ever done.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep. Excuse me again. Yeah, I've like I don't know how to explain it, man. Like, especially this week, I've just been out of control writing stuff.
And lewd, same goes for you, man.
Yeah.
I can't reach it because it's over there on the shelf, but I've got, your Unnatural Selections Volume 1 binder just out of reach.
I'll have
You
it
know what
soon. I can't wait.
what sold me on this? The old school
Oh,
approach.
nice.
Yeah, it separates.
That is
That
badass, Lou.
that got me excited before I knew anything about the content. I was like, "No way! People still do that?"
um, Ian and Rocky did that with something, I think, as well, from Silver Boulet. I'm trying
Mm.
to think of which one it was. I'm going through them in my head. I can't remember. I might be thinking.
I have several of Ian's things, but not all of them. I'm not sure.
Was it the mole? The fire in the mole?
Was it?
I don't remember. Or maybe it was the back. I'm doing horrible with titles now. For some reason, I was thinking.
No, this
No,
one is
it
not.
is stapled. Okay. For some
Yeah, this
reason, I
one's
was
stapled.
thinking they did one that came out of the cover, and they had something inside, but I could be thinking of something else.
Making a mess here as I pull stuff out easier than I can put it back. Now it's getting piled
up on the floor and on the table next to you. That's what I've got here that you can't see. Oh, all right. So the next thing, and we're going to be on here all night. I'm sorry, Brian, we might beat our record. So I don't know. I don't know if I have till 1 o'clock in me tonight.
No, I don't think we're going to beat your record, but
What is this? Yeah, I noticed that. That is a sweet shirt. This.
Yeah, I see.
And oh, that's awesome. And this. I got to get that into the light right. So
Yeah.
these came earlier this week, and due to local events, I never really got to dig into them. But I would still like to talk about them and have you, I guess, basically explain to me what is going to make me fall in love with these 3 books.
All right, then. Tell you what, let's give ourselves and the viewing audience an opportunity to stretch legs, refill drinks.
That sounds good.
Etc.
I'm going to switch to my starting soon screen, so you'll have to forgive me. I've foolishly not made a be right back screen because I'm a rookie. But we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Sounds like a plan. All right, we'll be right back, folks. And welcome back, folks. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for sticking around, Lou. So we were getting into the Corvaxian Codex
Yes.
1 and 2, and then the Rise of the Draken Wolf.
Yes. I don't know if you are hearing a clicking sound on your end. I don't know if the mic's picking it up, but I have a whole bunch of little toys that I got from Brian's Etsy shop with his spinner die, and if I'm not running my show where I have to be typing stuff on the keyboard, I end up fidgeting with these things, and I just realized that it might be kind of loud, so I should probably
No, you're
stop.
good. I mean, I could lightly hear it, but it wasn't like it was like this loud twang or anything.
Maybe I'll switch to playing with the slime instead. That doesn't make noise.
So speaking of slime, completely off subject, here I go derailing it again. Have you seen the 8-bit zombie Brashore slime version they released this yesterday or today?
No.
Brashore, and they released slime stickers.
Okay, send me the link later so that
Yeah,
I don't forget
I will do so.
to check that out.
I will do so. All right, so Corvaxian Codex. I'm wondering if the easiest way, I mean, you have Codex 1 and 2, and then Rise of the Draken Wolf. So tell me, I guess, what is going to make me fall in love with each book? Because I know I'm going to fall in love already just based off of Where Shadows Fall.
All right. Well, first of all, Corvaxian Codex details a new playable race for Dungeon Crawl Classics. So the first question to ask yourself is, do you want more variety in your class options than what you have from the 7 classes in Dungeon Crawl Classics? If the answer is yes, can continue on. The next thing is this is a shape-shifting race. So is that something that appeals to you? Do you like things that are, humanoid that can turn into an animal? Is that your cup of tea? If so, then this is definitely going to be worth your time to check out. You can make do with just this.
Why stop here?
So, well, I'll get to that. You can make do with just this, because this gives you the breakdown, follows the same pattern as the class breakdown in Dungeon Crawl Classics. So you get the little blurb about what a Corvaxian is and their notable features, their hit points per level, their weapon training, alignment details, and various class features. Right? So it's going to be very familiar if you're already familiar with Dungeon Crawl Classics. Right? It has all of that stuff. It has an occupation table for Corvaxian characters. It has the level progression table. All that stuff that you need. It has 3 new spells that the Corvaxian get, and some information about what those are. It's basically expands on the shapeshifting. Right? And then I was inspired by something that I found in Angels, Daemons, and Beings Beyond Volume 2, the Elfland edition.
Yep.
There's a section in there for new mercurial effects for elf characters, because in Dungeon Crawl Classics, when rolling your mercurial magic effect, if you roll, it's percentile, and if you roll a number of 41 through 60, it's just listed as no change, no effect. In that patron book, it says that's kind of boring. So for elf characters, if you roll between a 41 and a 60, there's a separate table in there that you can consult if you want an effect. And I thought, that's really cool. I'm going to do the same sort of thing for the Corvaxian. So there's new mercurial effects.
Excellent.
Should you roll between a 41 and a 60 on your mercurial magic table, and these are themed towards the Corvaxian. Corvaxian can shift into a form that resembles a raven, just much larger. So all of these are kind of related to that. Some of them a hint at other bits of pop culture that I grew up loving. Uh, so result number 43, the hecklers. Two ravens appear perched nearby and provide snarky commentary on the scene for 1 round per level of the spell.
So Heckle and Jekyll.
Uh-huh. Uh,
Or you could say the two guys from the balcony in the Muppets.
sure.
I can't think of their names at the moment. Someone can remind me.
Then there's this was a place that allowed me to fit little bits and pieces of Raven related stuff that I hadn't covered elsewhere. I could put it in here. So result number 58, All Father's Eye. A one-eyed man with a powerful build and large gray beard that only the caster can see demands to know what the caster has learned about the mortal realm. He appears in the caster's mind's eye every time you cast the spell and remains until the caster tells him something new. While he's visible, he's a distraction that imposes -1 die penalty on all spellcasting and skill rolls for the affected caster. So basically, Odin wants to know what his raven has
Right.
learned.
That's awesome.
Little things like that. So you could absolutely make do with this. This gives you everything you need to be able to play a Corvaxian. But I originally wrote this not planning on publishing it in physical form. I wrote it in kind of a hurry to get it in for a jam on Itch, and so I did that. I commissioned some art for it from Phil Stone, who Phil's got ridiculously expansive resume of companies that he's worked for and stuff that he's done. But at the time, he wasn't especially well known in the DCC community, not for DCC related stuff anyway. He's worked with a number of authors that you probably recognize, but hadn't done work on their DCC projects. So Eric Bloat uses him for pretty much every project.
Okay.
Every project Eric does is either exclusively Phil's work or Phil and some other people.
Gotcha.
But Eric wasn't doing a bunch of DCC related stuff. So he shows up in a lot of his Survive This stuff. He shows up in like the
Great book.
monster zines that he did inspired by classic Nintendo games. He's worked with Levi. He's worked with Skeeter Green. He's worked with a number of authors that the DCC community knows, but he hadn't done anything DCC related. Well, I had met him a while back, and he had mentioned wanting to get his foot in the door with Goodman Games. So I thought, well, I need an artist. I'm going to talk to Phil. I already know the guy, so that helps. He wants to do DCC stuff. That helps. See what he can do. So I commissioned 5 pieces from him, and they made it into this zine. But it wasn't until I sent the finalized PDF to Goodman Games to get their approval to use the logo that the thought even crossed my mind of publishing. And that was when Goodman Games said, if you have approval, and if you decide to do a print run, we want 30 copies. And I went,
wow, that's awesome.
What? Well, maybe I should consider that then. So that's what led me to my first Kickstarter. I was happy with this initially, and I still am. But it wasn't until after I was running the Kickstarter for it that I thought, I should have done more. And so I started conceiving what would become Corvaxian Codex 2. Well, where I mentioned that you can make do with just this one, well, in here, we expand on some of the history of the Corvaxian. where they come from, how they ended up where they are, a little bit about their culture, village life and things like that, their relationship to other races when they encounter them, a list of common names. I added more to the occupation table because as I was writing cultural stuff, I realized that there wasn't enough occupations to cover stuff that's culturally significant to the Corvaxians. So I updated the occupation table.
Oh,
So it has
nice.
so it has everything that was in this one plus some more. Um, I decided to add a language table because I was going to be introducing some new races that didn't previously exist in Dungeon Crawl Classics as being neighbors or having some kind of connection to the Corvaxians. So of course that needed to be reflected. So where your humans, elves, dwarves, and halflings roll on language tables in the Dungeon Crawl Classics book, I needed to have a language table for the Corvaxians. So that got added in. Then I decided to expand beyond that, and again, taking some inspiration from Angels, Demons, and
Mhm.
Beings Between, that did a variant class for the elf to make them less magical and more roguelike, a thief variant. I decided to do a similar thing with the Corvaxian, so you get a variant class of the Corvaxian Trickster, which is right here on my shirt. This is all Phil's art right here.
That shirt is awesome.
Yeah, I like this one. Um, and then I had hinted at a patron related thing in the first one, so I expanded on it here with a new patron, Corvaxis, the the individual from whom the Corvaxian take their name, because that's not what they were called in ancient history. They took on the name Corvaxian in honor of Corvaxis, so there's a write-up for him. And then along the way, I had ideas for some new spells. So there's a handful of new spells added to this that are not exclusive to the Corvaxian. You can use them, for any spellcaster, but they're thematically appropriate, so they're included. And then a small bestiary of other creatures that can be found in the frozen north where the Corvaxian make their home.
Yeah, I had to
So
stop flipping through this book because I saw Eyes of the Raven and my brain automatically started going. So I'm setting this down for right now.
So while you can use just this and have fun playing a Corvaxian, this expands on that because Corvaxian can use magic. So here's additional magic, additional occupations, a variant class so that you can have a different approach to them. You know, patron, like I said, that's more appropriate to the mentality of the Corvaxian. Right? So very much expands on your options. But while you can use this by itself, you really can't use this by itself because it assumes you have this one.
Okay.
So I didn't waste page count uh, rehashing stuff that was already in here. So the particulars of your hit points and your level progression and all of that does not exist in the second one.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then while I was at it, I thought, it's all well and good to put out a new class, but essentially what I'm asking people to do is spend their hard-earned money on a class, and not once, but twice, just to add a single class. There's got to be something more to it to make it interesting. So I thought, well, I need to write an adventure. That's always been a place where I felt less comfortable in my writing because while I'm perfectly capable of coming up with fun and exciting adventures and running them successfully at my table, I tend to just have some notes on a 3x5 card of things I don't want to forget, and then I let what happens at the table kind of fill in the rest of the details. Well, to write an adventure, you have to account for the fact that somebody you don't know is going to pick this up and run it for people you don't know, and they're not going to have the benefit of knowing what's inside of your brain in order to make it happen. So it all needs to be
Yeah.
in the adventure. And that was always kind of intimidating for me. So I thought, well, no better time than now.
Right. No better time than the present.
And I wanted a funnel so that you'd have this adventure that would also get you excited about having the Corvaxian zines. So make it a funnel for Corvaxian characters. Well, that's great. Except if you structure it just as a funnel for Corvaxian characters, it reduces its replayability and its audience. So now it's only going to be people who are running Corvaxian characters, and really only for a group of all Corvaxians, and that can be problematic, especially if you just want to add a Corvaxian into the rest of your mix. Okay, well, then it needs to be a level 1 adventure. Well, then I thought, well, you dummy, you already have the answer to that, because fan favorite Daniel Bishop wrote this for Purple Duck, part of their campaign elements series. This is number 8, I think, the Goblins of the Fairy Woods, which presents this neat little adventure that can be run one of two ways. It's goblin themed, and in the back is the details of how to make goblin characters from 0 into leveling them up, and it's presented so that it can be run as a funnel for goblins, so group of goblin characters going on this adventure, or as a level 1 adventure where your party encounters goblins. Well, that's the perfect model. So this is designed for either a group of 0 level Corvaxian or a group of level 1 characters who are going to encounter the Corvaxian for the first time.
Nice. I
Boom,
like it.
there you go. Again, steal shamelessly when you are a writer.
Well, I want to pick up that book because I love goblins.
Yeah, this is
Like,
fantastic.
they are I've actually got, there I go, taking us off track again.
Oh, by all means.
But I just signed up for a Patreon that Chris Willett is doing that publishes with Sharktopus Games. He's done all the Aeon
Yes.
books and Ziggurat of the Blood God. And he's got a Patreon going on now for what he's calling Hell Crawl. It's going to be a hex crawl across hell. And at a particular tier of the Patreon, you get to send someone to hell. So I sent my favorite goblin character I ever played that was assumed to have ascended. And in fact, he descended. So
yeah, you can pick this up for pretty cheap on Drive-Thru RPG, digital or print on demand. And if you like this, it goes really well with some other stuff that Daniel Bishop did. His Fairy Tales series that he never finished, but he did do several adventures for it. So you've got the funnel.
Prince Charming.
Prince Charming Reanimator, and then the level 1 adventure, and then the level 2 adventure, and then expanded encounters for use with the level 2 adventure if you want to embrace more of the sandbox elements of it.
Nice. It actually
And
looks like a pretty fun set of books to pick up.
and it's real easy to take this and insert it into the level 1 adventure area, because one of the beautiful things he did with this is while they flow from one into the other, each one prioritizes a different style of gameplay. So the funnel is a single enclosed location. Everything takes place in this one place. It begins with you arriving there and it ends with you leaving there. So everything happens in this one spot, right? It's a location. The level 1 is a hex crawl. So you have this large area in which to find the different elements of this quest you're sent on.
Oh, that's cool.
And then the level 2 adventure that follows it up is an urban sandbox. So you have your premise for why you go to this place, and then lots of things that are happening and factions and agendas uh, going on that can tweak the playthrough. So you get three distinct styles of play: location based, hex crawl, and sandbox, one right
Fantastic.
after the other. It's beautifully done, and I hope that one day he finishes out the series, because he originally intended to go up to FT6, I believe.
Wow.
And so far we have 0, 1, 2, and 2.5.
We'll have to get on him.
Right?
Start hounding him.
But yeah, if you like the goblin stuff, check out the fairy tales. But that was inspirational for me in how to present the adventure that I wrote.
Is that another Pepsi, or are you going energy drink
It
this
is
time?
another Pepsi, and it got a little bit messy on me. Let me grab a paper towel here real quick. So,
Oh, you got him right there. I was going to ask you if we needed to take another quick break.
nope. Well, that's exactly why I keep them here.
I'm not that smart.
It rarely happens, but occasionally these nitros they like to spit. There you go. Pepsi, feel free to send a check to Games with Dave, because you're getting advertisement right here for your nitro line.
That's
Sure, you have
right.
plenty of Pepsi executives that tune into your show. So
Oh, loads. That's
yeah,
actually the brunt of my subscription base is Pepsi
that
executives.
makes sense.
Oh man. So I'll let you finish cleaning up your mess. But I
I'm
think
good.
I already know the answer to my next question, and I don't know how tight-lipped you want to be about it, but it does sound like we're going to be getting some more stuff for both Where Shadows Fall and the Corvaxian line.
Yes. So I I wanted to continue on with Corvaxian stuff, but was unsure what direction to go, because there's only so far you can ask people to go with buying zines or books or anything else that just supports a single class. Even the bigwigs at TSR could only carry that so far with their complete book of elves, complete book of dwarves, etc., before people just stopped buying. And I don't have near the audience that they had. So I didn't want to continue that any further. Now, my hope is to at some point have enough content together that I can actually do a nice hardcover book, call it the complete Corvaxian Codex, reformat
Ooh,
everything and put it all together, so that you don't have, individual zines. But I wanted to develop things more, wasn't sure exactly how I wanted to do it. And then Tim Satley, I don't know if you're familiar with his work.
I'm not.
He does third-party content for Mutant Crawl Classics.
Was he the one that
Uh,
did the Bad Bunnies?
yes,
Yes, that I missed that
yes,
I've got to
yeah,
get. I've got to write
this
that
one right here.
down. Yep. Badass Bunnies. I
Yeah,
knew the name
fun.
sounded familiar, but and then I could see the image in my I saw the cover in my head, and then I was like, that's right. Bad Bunnies or something, and it's Badass Bunnies.
Yeah, and my name is even in this one as one of the playtesters,
Nice.
uh, as are my wife and my kids. Uh, Fun note about that: he ran it for some people himself. He usually handles his playtesting in house, but he had shared a portion of it with me, and I wanted to get my take on some stuff, and I was really excited about it. And I said, my kids would love this, and he said, well, there's not a lot of time left, but if you can run it like in the next week or so and get me some feedback, then then that would be, useful. Otherwise, cutting into my timeline. I was like, yeah, sure, send it to me. So he sent me the original document, and I ran a play test right here for
Nice.
my wife and kids and some friends, and we had an absolute blast. And I sent him all my feedback notes on it. So that's how I ended up as a play tester for that one.
Nice, dude. That's
But
pretty
anyway,
cool.
uh, Tim and I got to be friends pretty early on. We both published our first printed material at the same time. So he was putting out his funnel adventure, and I was putting out my Corvaxian Codex, and we got to know each other, and got to become casual acquaintances, and then it started becoming more of a friendship. And he got really inspired one day. He was reading through the Corvaxian stuff, and he sent me a message. He's like, "Hey, when you have free time, let me know. I want to talk to you." All right.
Hmm.
Well, he had some ideas for some Corvaxian adventures, but he didn't want to take that and write it himself and publish it. He's like, "Yeah, I'll just hand it over to you." I said, "Well, do you want to collaborate on it and we'll do it together?" And he goes, "That sounds like a lot of fun. Let's do that."
Nice.
Well, we've talked a little bit back and forth on some of the things that we want to do, but our uh, our busy times have not worked out where we're both available to sit down and really get going on it yet. But we've both made some notes on it, and I think that's going to be the vehicle by which I expand on Corvaxian lore and some other things. Is you know with adventures, show don't tell, present things in the modules that add more depth to it. So with Tim, I know I've got at least two, maybe three adventures that we're going to work on moving forward. I've got a couple of ideas that I've toyed with for some more, and a few other people have expressed interest in involving the Corvaxian in some of their own shenanigans, and I've encouraged that. So who knows when or if, but there's a there's a pretty good possibility that two or three other people might publish an adventure at some point. You're one of those that involves the Corvaxian.
Excellent.
So you'll definitely see some more. And my thinking with the complete codex was that once I've got a few of these adventures, especially if I've got some that'll work as your 0, 1, 2, etc. Take everything that I wrote in the first two codex volumes and blend them together, take some of these adventures and put them together, and then you've got a worthwhile little book to have. You know, much like what Goodman's done with the Tome of Adventure. It's great to have the individual modules, but for longevity's sake, it's sometimes nice to have that hardcover book
Yep.
with a bunch of stuff compiled. So that's what I'll ultimately do, provided that things go the way I want them to with putting out more content.
Perfect. So that was everything I had for both Corvaxian Codex and Where Shadows Fall. So I think
Well,
the oh,
well,
go ahead.
you were asking about expanded
Oh,
content for Where
yes.
Shadows Fall.
Yes. GC,
I
I'm
I
already
don't
getting
have
punchy. No, no,
I don't
I will.
have to. We can just
No, 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 no. Don't, no, no, no. I'm just being a bonehead. So
Well, Dave,
never
it's been
mind me.
great. Good night, everybody.
Yep, we're out of here.
Um, so what I wanted to make sure that I did, and I've already mentioned this, what I wanted to make sure I did with Where Shadows Fall from the beginning was put something out that was entirely playable on its own, that hinted at elements for inspiration while still allowing judges to infuse their own ideas into it, and uh, hopefully inspire people to blend this with their other zines. Right? Well, that by by design means that you have to hold back on certain things. This, like I mentioned before, problems with overdeveloped settings. It doesn't leave you much room
Right.
for things. So I thought that I still wanted to look a little deeper into certain aspects, but in a way that was more modular, more optional, etc. So what I've conceived of is another set of three zines, each one focusing on a different approach to the game. So this is a game that by default has horror elements. So I'm doing a follow-up zine that really zeroes in on the horror aspects. So some new classes that are themed that direction, that that lean a little heavier into some of the other things that I listed as inspiration, like Nightlife, the RPG Nightlife, which was one of the first games that allowed you to play the monster. And of course, then World of Darkness and CJ Carella's work in the Uni system, all kind of expanded on the idea of playing the monster. So I want to lean a little into that with some of the class options, uh, so that people who want to focus more on the horror side of stuff have more options there. So more horror creatures, more horror themed classes, so you can get really into the uncomfortable stuff if
Yep.
that's your jam, which some people it's absolutely not, which is why I don't want it in the base game. But for other people, it absolutely is, and so I want options for that. Then another zine that besides being horror, it's also modern fantasy. So the next one in the set is going to focus on the fantasy elements of it, to really lean into that hidden world of fantasy, behind this veil of shadow that most of humanity doesn't see. So you're going to get more spells instead of what I have in the base game, which is just how to modify the existing spells for this setting. It's going to have it's going to have spells specifically created for this setting, and some new patron options and things like that. Uh, Likely some things to kind of flesh out your Knights of the Silver Dragon and that sort of thing. Possibly, although I'm not 100% yet, possibly some more class options. The thing is, the way that I designed the racial stuff in the base zine, it it covers it covers the bases very well, I think, for any kind of fantasy race you want to play. So it's unlikely that I'll include new race stuff, but there might be some new classes in that one. But certainly a lot more magic and the magical, the fantasy stuff. And then the third one is going to lean more into the science fiction side of things, because, like I said early on, X-Files was was an inspiration here. So what if you didn't want to focus so much on the horror, and you didn't want to focus so much on the fantasy, but you did want to get into the conspiracies? So as a complement to the factions zine, I want to have something that gets more into conspiracy side of stuff.
Nice.
So, and in that one is probably where you're going to see like exploring cryptids and that sort of angle as well. So all of the hush hush, tinfoil hats, talking code because the government's watching, that'll go in that one. So people who want to really get into the horror side of things and play the monster, there'll be support material for that. People who want to get really into the modern fantasy, support material for that. People who want to put on their tinfoil hats uh, and be afraid of the government in their bunker, there's going to be support for that, all while keeping the base zine free from too much emphasis on any one of those things, so that you can still go whatever direction you want with your game,
I love it.
and hopefully at least one cool adventure themed towards each of those to come with it, to start you on your journey for whichever way you want to play this game.
That is absolutely perfect, and I can't wait. Like, I'm ready. I was actually jotting down as you were telling me these three zines. I instantly had like an idea for each one pop into my head. And I
Good.
was just like, perfect. This is what I'm doing for that one. This is what
Hmm.
I'm doing for modern fantasy and sci-fi and horror. So
And
that
of
was
course,
easy.
you can mix and match,
Yeah.
just like we talked about before. Mix
Yep.
and match.
Lou said that was a deep cut with Brad's nightlife.
Yeah. He and I have talked about that back and forth a few times, Brad and I. Uh, we even talked about it off camera before the show last night when I had him on Father Goose and the Fabulators.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that, and Brad and I might have some collaborative stuff coming up in the future. We're we're still talking details. Nothing's for sure yet, but I definitely want to honor his legacy,
Yeah.
because it very much was a point of inspiration for all of this that I've done. So
Oh, dude,
I
his
want to honor
art
that.
is
Hmm.
like, for one, it's synonymous with DCC,
Hmm.
and two, it's amazing. So, it's
Yeah, and I've talked several times about the importance of relationships within this community, and the other part of that is anybody who's inspired me. I want to. I want to honor them. I want to give back on that. So as much as I can, any of these creators that have been uh, influential in things that I write, I want to find a way of pointing people towards that content, and where possible, collaborating with them on new stuff. That's why it was so important to me to include Brad's art in this level one adventure, because it was a way of honoring the connection to nightlife, and honoring the fact that he's a staff artist for DCC, all in one.
yeah. Lou actually just said, he says, I'm working on a game called Movies Till Dawn, inspired by his work on It Came from the Late Late Show.
Nice.
That's awesome. I can't wait for
Oh,
that.
Lou, you're
I know.
you're bad for my wallet, man. I love you and your content. You're killing me. Keep
you
doing it.
you have no room to talk there, mister.
Ah, yeah, I know. But definitely keep doing it. Definitely.
Oh boy. I just lost my train of thought. I can tell I've been up since 5:30 this morning because I'm getting punchy. Um we went over that. I don't want to go on to that yet. Where we're kind of talking DCC. I've got to know, how did you get hooked up with your show on Goodman Games?
So Goodman Games has been trying to flesh out their lineup on their channel, so that there's cool content on regularly. And for a while, it was pretty sparse. There'd be a show, and then maybe nothing else that day. There might be days where there wasn't anything, and so they were actively advertising for anybody who had an existing show, or an idea for a future show that you'd like to host on their channel, to reach out. So that's when we got like the Reaver Express, Matt
Yes.
Robertson, known as Grape Ape. He started his show. He was I think one of the first to answer that call. Uh, Not long after that, you saw Rules as Written, also Matt, but with Stefan, who I've mentioned earlier. Uh, Fantastic show. Number of new shows came out that way. Foxy started doing a show, uh, but it was still kind of light, and some of those things were getting kind of crowded together. So you might have like three shows on a particular day, but nothing the day before, or nothing the day after. Or some of those shows were only once a month or every other week. And so, one week, this particular day would have a whole lineup, and then that same day, the following week, nothing.
Crickets. Yeah.
And so they were still advertising, hey, let's get more content out there. Well, I had an idea for a book that I wanted to write. And I had written up the intro for it. Lou knows what I'm talking about because he's read it. Um, in fact, anybody who's been on the show has read the intro. It's still the rough draft of it. I wrote this thing that I wanted to do, and I thought this would make a really cool collaborative project. And so I started thinking about who should I reach out to for this. And as I was thinking about that, I saw yet another all call from Goodman Games. Hey, still looking for people to do shows. And I went, this would be a cool community project. So I sent Elena a message and said, hey, Elena, I got this idea for a show. What do you think? And she's like, I love it. When do you want to do it? And how soon do you want to start? So we went back and forth a little bit on nailing down a time. And then she's like, so what do you want to call your show? And I went, that's a really good question. I'll have an answer for you by such and such date. And so then I started reaching out to a whole bunch of people. Like, I have this idea for this show. It needs a name. What are your thoughts? I didn't really get any bites. So I sat down and I just made a list of like 10 things. First thing that came to mind. Write it down. So I could send something to people and like, here are some of the thoughts I've had. Any of these grab your attention? Did something you like or something inspires you for something better? And it ended up on Discord. Everybody knows him as Russell in the Woods. He runs lots of stuff. He's an admin on the Dungeon Crawlers server. He came back to me with a suggestion, and I went, that's almost perfect. And I thought about it a little bit, and I played with some minor tweaks and configurations to it, and settled on Father Goose and the Fabulators. And so I sent that out to some people, and I was like, what do you think of this? And I got several people who were like, yep, that's it. That's the one. And I don't remember who it was. I think it was Brian said that reminded him of a band name, and I could play off of that in the logo, do like, the band logo sticker patch kind of
Yep.
thing. And I was like, that's perfect. All right, that's what we're going to do. So sent that off to Elena, and then I needed to find guests to have, or guest hosts, as I call them, because I mean, they're just as instrumental as I am to what we're creating.
Yeah.
But that's how it happened. I had an idea for a book, thought it would be neat to collaborate, realized that Goodman was looking for shows, and so I took a stab in the dark, and that was that. But we're coming up on the end of that, and I'm definitely going to take some time off to focus on actually writing this book. And I've got to decide if I want to do a season 2 or not. If so, what might that look like? I have a number of ideas for some books. I'm just trying to decide if it's something that I want to tackle in this format or not. But
Yeah, that would be a tough decision because I get where you're coming from. You want to write the book, but you kind of want to keep the show going at the same time.
yeah, I'd love to continue doing the show, but I need to make sure that I'm devoting the time necessary to actually writing stuff. Otherwise, it will be this down the road. There will eventually be a book. Well, how many seasons of the show am I going to do before the first book comes out?
Yeah.
You know,
So,
and
oh,
I've thought about keeping the time slot, but pitching a different kind of a show as well. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
well, I hope you stick with it because I've enjoyed it. I mean, I just discovered it, so I've got a little bit of catching up to do. But yeah, I hope you keep up with it or at least come up with a different way for a season 2. So Lou chimed in again. He said you can make trades with him. He said we can make trades, brother. And then he said do something for MCC, maybe outline a small. Oh, the little heart is blocking off everything I'm trying to see there. Maybe outline a small. Let me jump over here. Maybe outline a small space of the ruins for Terra AD.
I've contemplated writing something for MCC, and I will at some point. I'm just not sure what it will be or how soon it will be.
Nice.
But as you can see, I've got more plans for Where Shadows Fall content, more plans for Corvaxian content, plus a couple other adventures that are in the works. One of which is on commission, so that's not something we're going to discuss right now. A couple other maybe commissions. So I got quite a bit of DCC related stuff kind of in the works right now. But DCC is not the only thing that I'm working on. I have published digital content for Troika and Old School Essentials and even some Shadow Dark, and I'm working on 2 adventures for Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland, one of which I have to have ready within a month because I promised that I would run it 3 times at PAX U. So it needs to be ready by then.
Yes.
I had a solid idea. I was super inspired by it, and so when I filled out my form for what I was I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna run this." And then the very next day, I went, "I don't know what this is. I was inspired yesterday, and now I'm stuck." And I was that way for a couple of weeks. Then I got another round of inspiration, wrote a big chunk of it, but didn't get to finish that up. I don't know. There's a few spots that are gonna be tough to nail down, but I need to have at least a playtest ready version of that one done within a month because yeah, in a month I will be on the road to Philadelphia, and
Ah, it,
my deadline will be here. And then I have another one that I actually started writing before I had this idea, but it wasn't ready yet, or the right kind of theme for me to want to do it at PAX. But Brian's pretty excited about that one. He knows the main details. So I got those in the works, and then various other little projects here and there as Brian needs for Neon Lords. So
that's
yeah,
awesome.
I got plenty to keep me busy. Mutant Crawl Classics is on my list of things I want to explore as a writer, but I don't yet know when that's going to be or what form it's going to take. But when I'm ready, Lou, my first draft will come to you to look over, get your words on it, because where Mutant Crawl Classics is concerned, you and Tim are my go-to guys for feedback. So
So this is all turning into the perfect segue. You brought up Neon Lords, and then Zach jumped in the chat and,
hey, Zach.
and said, "Nice hat, Dave," which brings up Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland.
Yeah, I still need to get one of those hats. Brian, if you have any left over, bring me one to PAX, please.
And speaking of PAX, it is making me so incredibly sad that you're all going because I have no PTO left this year. And I had Total Con and PAX U as the two cons I wanted to hit this year because they're both relatively close to me. And my dad ended up spending a total of something like 14 weeks in the hospital this year. And most of my PTO went towards taking care of stuff throughout all of that. Don't dox me, Dave. I'm on too many watch lists, Zach says. I didn't say your last name. It could be any Zach.
Yes, Mr. Galifianakis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Brian said hats are all sold out.
Well, that sucks. I knew that was going to end up happening.
That's
That's all right. I'm playing with other stuff I got from Brian right now.
a sneaky snack. And Brian says Total Con is better than PAX U by far. We got to get you to Total Con next year. I've already put the time off request in and it's been granted. So barring any weird incidents, I will be at Total Con, which I'm super stoked about.
Yeah, I don't know how many or which ones I will attend next year. I'm just getting back into doing anything convention related. Prior to SoonerCon, earlier this year, the weekend right before July 4th, that was the first time I'd been to a convention since 2011.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's been a long time for me going to any kind of conventions. And as I mentioned before, the trade-off to being able to do this full time also means cutting back on spending on things. It's not just Kickstarters, it's also whether I can afford to go to a convention, which sucks because before I could afford to go to the convention, but I
Didn't
couldn't
have the
afford to take the
time.
time
Yeah.
off. Now I have the time, but I don't have the other resources. And that's always how it seems to be for me. I either have the time or the money for travel related stuff. But we'll get there.
Yeah.
And the more successful I am as a writer, the more it is important for me to be out there. Honestly, this kind of thing we're doing right now, hanging out with somebody and chatting, I can do that all day, every day. But putting on a show in my 20s, that was something that I kind of thrived on. It's one of the things I loved about LARPs and Renaissance fairs. But by the time I hit my 30s, I was already kind of walking that back. And at this point, I'm perfectly comfortable to just stay home and be private most of the time. But people are partly paying for the content and they're partly paying to support somebody they like. And how are they going to like me if I don't get out there?
Right.
So that's why the Twitch show is important. That's why these kinds of interview sessions are important. That's why running games online is important, and that's why I need to work conventions into my rotation. Plus, there's some really great people that I absolutely love to interact with that I don't ever get to see in person. But a convention is a way to make that happen.
Yep. And I'm kind of in the same boat because I want to get on more interviews or get more interviews going, everything else I've got going on with trying to start the Kickstarter fulfillment stuff and then trying to start writing and everything. It's doesn't leave much time. I was actually talking to Brian yesterday about how I've got to get better at time management so that I can actually start streaming stuff that I write for these games that I love. So, because that's the best way to get out there is for us to all run each other's stuff,
Yeah.
So,
That's why it's so great that you and I are both playing in the Neon Lords games on Brian's channel to promote the Road Chuds, which we got to hang out together for the first time a couple weeks ago
yeah,
in the first one, and now we're going to do it again on Halloween night.
I cannot wait for that game.
Yeah, it's going to be good times.
It's going to be very good times. So, yeah, how did you discover Neon Lords?
Uh, it's interesting. Um, the my tongue's getting tired. The Total Carnage edition was up on Kickstarter. Uh, when the original one came out, I wasn't a person who used Kickstarter, so I missed out the first time around. But Total Carnage edition popped up on Kickstarter, and it had caught my attention as I was scrolling while taking a break at work, but hadn't had a chance to dig into it. And then later the same day, got advertised on the Dungeon Crawlers server, and it was actually I believe it was Stefan Surratt that said this isn't DCC, but it's DCC adjacent, and the guy who wrote it is involved in a lot of DCC related stuff. I thought, okay, I recognize that name. I saw that pop up. I'm gonna look at it. Well, around the same time, I had made some decisions. Let's see where. There we go. Ah, I had made some decisions of what I wanted to do with my Corvaxian Kickstarter. And one of the things, if I can reach.
Almost. Keep going back. You almost got it.
Oh, cords suck. There we go. One of the things that I had decided to do was I loved the idea of the luck tokens, and Smoking Worm has some really great ones that are poker chips, high quality, and all that. But I thought something that I wanted to do for a luck token, have have the images you want, it's one luck, but do it as pogs, because I was the right age at the right time to have gotten excited about pogs back in the 90s, and hated that they were a flash in the pan thing, because I got super excited about it, bought a whole bunch of pogs, and like it seemed like within a week everybody was done with pogs. And I'm like, I've got all these and nobody wants to play anymore, and nobody wants to trade anymore, nobody wants to collect anymore. And eventually mine went the way of a lot of the stuff that I had as a child, which is to say I have no idea where they went. So I had already conceived of the idea of doing pogs, because I had, by total happenstance, come across something on the internet about a company that was making custom pogs. And I went, this is so cool.
Mhm.
People are making pogs again. Maybe that means they're coming back. So when I started on this, I knew I wanted to do pogs, and I already had everything laid out in the images, and it was all ready to go. And I was super excited about it. I hear about this Neon Lords Kickstarter. I look at it, and he does pogs. And I went, okay, that's it. I'm in. I'm absolutely in, because not only is what this guy is saying about his game and his world hitting all the right notes for me. I know he's serious, because if you nobody's going to do this if they don't really mean it when they talk about 90s nostalgia and all of these kinds of things. So I jumped in with both feet on the Total Carnage thing, got super excited about it, got these great slammers and pogs and stuff from Brian, um,
I got to get full
and
sets.
got really invested, got in on his Discord server when most of the people there were the handful of original supporters that had stuck around. So I get in there, and it's mostly quiet. It's primarily, you know, him and John and Zach having conversations,
Don't say
essentially
his name.
in a
You're
vacuum.
doxing him.
No, not at all. He's a well-known actor with a big bushy beard. He's been in
Between
a
two
lot of
ferns, come on.
films, you know, or maybe not. Zach's a relatively common name. Oh, anyway, it's just a small handful of people in there. So I got in and started to get to know them, and we just really hit it off from there. But it all started with the Total Carnage edition uh, popping up on my radar and the comment that it's DCC adjacent, and I went, all right, let me look at it. But honestly, Brian, it was the Pogs that did it for me, because there's been plenty of other people who have promised some of the same things you promised, as far as the '90s feel and the nostalgia. That I read it and I go, eh, yeah, this is cool, but I probably could have saved myself $30. No, I'm I'm very happy to uh, to be a part of the Neon Maniacs now.
Yeah, you and me both. The game is amazing. I came across it because of the pizza party. And
Mhm.
because I got out of gaming for right around 2003 for about 14 years. My brother passed away in 2003. And that was my gaming life up until then, was me and him. And then that went away. And I was just like, well, I don't want to play games anymore. I missed 3.5, missed most of fourth, played a little bit of fifth. And then I discovered DCC. This was about 2018, 2019. Started buying the books, didn't really have anyone to play with. And then I found, sorry, I was just reading Zach's. He said, do not call up that which you cannot put down. And then I discovered the Goodman channel and started watching. And then last year, the pizza party comes on, and there's this cousin Marty guy on there. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And like everything with the pizza party was just so off the wall. And I dug into these guys more, and I'm like, oh, it's like, and then I found Neon Lords, and I was like, there's a unicorn with 2 horns, a shotgun, and bionic legs. I'm already in love.
Uh-huh.
And and that was really all it took. So, yeah. And now here I am, what, a year later, hanging out with all you guys, talking to all
Hmm.
you guys, and playing in the stream, which I never would have expected.
Yeah, a few weeks ago you had Brian on for a, you know, 36-hour interview, and and then on his channel playing in a live play game. And yeah. Yeah, when I started this journey, I expected, Dungeon Crawl Classics to be a fun game that I could play. And that's what I was looking for. I did not expect to write and publish material for it. When I encountered Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland, I didn't expect to become friends with Brian,
No.
but I did, and that was great. But not only that, I didn't just become friends with him. I'm now, you know, part of the staff, and I'm writing content for this game that I love. In a lot of ways, right now feels an awful lot like what it must have felt like in the mid to late '70s. Bunch of guys with a passion. They knew they weren't going to be making any money at what they were doing, but they had the opportunity of a lifetime, and went for it. And then within a few years, suddenly the game had blown up to the point where they were in fact making good money, and several of them are still in the industry, and now they're the wise old gurus that the rest of us go to and say,
Yep.
Teach me your ways. Yeah. Tim, what can you impart? What wisdom can you bestow
Yeah, no
on
doubt.
this lowly nobody, you who have been in the industry for so long? You know, but it's just amazing that some of those guys are still around. Tim Kask is still, you know, showing up to conventions, and
Yeah.
you know,
Jim.
and yeah, Jim is still going to conventions, and Errol is still going to conventions, and you know, hanging out and doing their thing, and and not only do I get to, see them on social media now and potentially run into them at conventions, but I am one step removed from all of them because people that I've become good friends with are good friends with them. I just one step removed. Years ago, I never would have thought that was possible. When I was younger and, there was no way that I could afford the airfare and the hotel and the cost of the badge and all of the other logistics, and so I wasn't going to these big conventions. I had it in my head that pretty much the only way that you would ever be able to meet any of these people or make it in this industry was to be able to afford to go to these conventions and then hustle.
Yeah.
Because the stories that I was hearing, that's pretty much how it worked, and there were plenty of other people who did go and did put in the legwork and did do the hustle and never got noticed. But it seemed like everybody who was getting noticed had gone that route. So for me, it was a pipe dream. There was no way it was going to happen. But now, like I said, I'm one step removed from all of them.
Yeah. Like, it's crazy.
It's
Like, I remember, sorry, Zach and Brian, I'm going to read this. Zach threw me off in the midst of you talking a minute ago. Oh, and I said his name again. He goes, I'm like Beetlejuice. Stop saying my name. He who shall not be named. And then Brian said, Tim scooted by the NL table, stopped, read the name of the game, and laughed. It was amazing. And then he
that's
who shall not
fantastic.
be named says, Goose, when are you going to run an NL game on the cord?
Okay, so the plan there, I mentioned uh, two adventures that I'm working on. Uh, the one that's taking priority is taking priority because I have to have something ready for play testing at PAX. So I'm not going to be running that until then. But then after PAX, I want to finish up both of these adventures, and then I will be running them. And once I have them ready, then I will kind of plan out a progression because one is low level, the other one is a higher level adventure. So the one that I'm running at PAX is a low level one. I'll start with that one, run some things in the middle to get to the second one. But you'll get me on there probably early part of next year, maybe spring. I will be in a position where I've got enough content written that I'm ready to start running some of the games.
Awesome. I can't wait. I'm in if there's room. So,
Yeah,
um, yeah, wow, we're almost at 3 hours, my man. So I told you this was going to be a long one. I could feel it. Like, I just knew it.
apparently.
I knew it with how our chats have gone, what we're talking about. Do we want to let the cat out of the bag
Which cat, which bag?
of what I'm working on with you?
By all means.
So I'm pretty excited because I'm actually going to be doing at least a dozen gargoyles for Where Shadows Fall. So that's going to be fun. I've shown the 12 that I've come up with so far to you, and I'm pretty excited. And then I built the one out on the sheet that I sent to you last night, was it? Or the night
Yeah,
before? And I've been bugging poor Brian with just about everything I'm making. Like, hey, take a look at this. What do you think of this layout? How he hasn't reached through Facebook yet and just strangled me is beyond me.
he has more patience with us than he ought to, and
Yeah, I
we
would
should be
say.
thankful.
Yep, I am very thankful. So
But yeah, I mean, this is your thing, man. So you share as much as you want. I'm
I'm not going to go much
encouraging
deeper
it.
than that. I really want to up the count on gargoyles. Like, and I've got an adventure in mind that I'm not ready to divulge yet, that I haven't even said anything to you about yet. um, and yeah, and then I've got something I'm working on for, oh, I'm going to mess up the title, the Maniac zine coming out. the Neon
Hmm.
Maniac scene. I got the thing I'm working on for that and a couple other things I'm doing. I'm excited, like, that I've finally gotten a fire lit under my backside to start doing stuff.
And that's what we want to hear, man. I mean,
And really, what kickstarted most of this, like, I've been telling Brian I want to work on this project for, God, probably 3 months now. Haven't gotten anything started. And this just was like pouring gas on the fire with everything. Because, God, this week I've pumped out more work than I've done in the last year, which is just crazy.
and that's what we want to see, man. Those of us who are already producing material want to see people get inspired. I mentioned that before. The other thing I've said a few times that you get to a point where you have to pick and choose what you're gonna buy, what you're gonna back on Kickstarter. Uh, that's not a complaint. I would much rather there be so many amazing content developers putting out just incredible work that I have to be picky about which ones to support than to be in a position where I'm like, well, I guess I'll back that since, at least it's something new. I don't want to be in a drought where I'm just getting the new thing because that's what there is. I want to be in a position where I feel bad that there's things I can't support.
It's getting to that
Because
point.
yeah,
Like, it's crazy.
so yeah, you have ideas, roll with them, put them out there.
He who shall not be named says, Kahuna is calling you, Dave. You're in the next game, I promise. What is Kahuna? Am I
Big
missing something?
Kahuna Island.
Ah,
He has developed he has expanded the lore for Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland by uh, developing an area outside of Nuevo Angeles called Big Kahuna Island.
nice.
It's a bit of a resort location for the comfortably wealthy and the shenanigans that tend to arise in a place like that. And he's already written and run 3 adventures there. The first 2 I played in. The third one I just completely spaced because I was so deep in my own writing stuff. I didn't come up for air for like 2 weeks, and nobody heard from me. I missed notices on on
Wow.
Discord, uh, so I completely missed the third one. But I was there for the first 2, and they were absolutely phenomenal. But speaking of people who need to write and publish content,
He
you,
who shall
sir,
not be
need
named.
to get those adventures into the hands of people who are going to appreciate them. I want to own a physical copy of each of them now.
Not yesterday. Or not today, yesterday.
But whether he actually publishes or not, definitely play in any game that he runs that you can, because he's a fantastic Neon Lord. He's he's a really he's some people just they connect with a rule set or with a setting in a way that everything they do when they're running the game just it feels so natural. That's him with this game. I don't know how he is running other games, but he has a special connection with Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland, and it shows when he runs a game.
That's
So
awesome. For some
definitely
reason, I'm
get
picturing
to the
Fireball
table.
Island. That's like what I have in my.
You, you're just gonna have to get to the table and find out, man. I don't want to give any spoilers because
No, I don't
it's
want
not.
it spoiled, but it's
Yeah,
like when I hear Big Kahuna Island and knowing the Neon Lord setting, I'm just picturing Fireball Island. And Brian said Turok book now, damn it.
yes, that one too.
And he who shall not be named says, I'll get there eventually. I'm working on it. So
Yeah, well, eh, I know this. Brian knows this. Lou knows this. Your first project it can be difficult to say yes, this is ready for other people.
Yes. There is
So
a mix of like imposter syndrome, fear, self doubt, and everything that goes into getting that first thing out. And now that, like, this week I've started actually doing stuff, it's like, well, this isn't as scary as I thought it was going to be. I haven't published anything and had anybody leave me that fatal 1-star review yet and be like, Dave sucks at writing adventures, but
at
it
this
may
point,
never
Dave,
happen. It
I would love a 1-star review because that means I actually get a review. Seriously, nobody's reviewing my stuff, at least not in
Well, I
a
will fix
format that
that.
other people can see. Lots of people have told me what they think of my work, and that's wonderful to hear. But those reviews online are helpful for people who come across it by chance. Somebody's scrolling through and sees something with, 411 reviews, they're going to pause and see what that is.
Yep.
They see something that has no reviews, they're going to just keep scrolling because there's thousands, millions maybe uh, uh, of PDFs on Drive Through RPG with no reviews.
Well, I'll have to
So
hop on there for Where Shadows Fall at least and leave a
the,
review
those
for it.
reviews are what make you stand out and get noticed. But I'll tell you, with you were saying about imposter syndrome and all of that, that I talk about how awesome my stuff is because I'm supposed to talk about how awesome my stuff is, because if I'm not projecting confidence in how awesome my stuff is, how's anybody else going to be excited about it?
Listen
The
to me.
reality is, the reality is I write what I think I would have fun running and playing. So I think it's awesome, but at the same time, I have yet to produce anything where I went, "Oh yeah, dude, everybody's going to love this." I make it and I go, "I love this. I hope there's at least enough people who are willing to take a chance on it to cover the print costs." And so I'm pleasantly surprised when as many people as do, uh, not only back it, but then, tell me they're having a great time reading it or using it or what have you. And it's not that I think my stuff sucks, it's that I really have no idea what other people are gonna like. Because there are things that I like that other people really don't, and things that other people like that I really don't, and everything in between. So the way I deal with imposter syndrome is I try not to think about whether other people are going to like it or not, and I just ask myself, would I
Am I
have
happy
fun?
with it?
Would I have fun at the table with this content as a judge? Would I have fun with this content as a player? And if the answer is yes, then I want to get it published because I would much rather have, you know, something physical when I'm at the table and not have to deal with, my laptop.
Yeah. Yep. I'm the same way.
And
Um,
fortunately, so far, there have been enough people who also were interested in what I was interested in that I could afford to get it printed.
that's great. And like, yeah, Lou, first Brian said Punishment 90, the Carnage Kid. And Lou hopped back in. He said, had to step away, thought it might be over. This is a marathon. Yes.
It is, but
And he
I
then said,
think
oh, he said, damn, I wish I could learn that lesson when you were saying you didn't listen to, like, don't worry
oh,
about.
all right, I'll tell you, and this is for anybody, but this is especially for you, Lou. I probably could have been publishing as early as '08 if I had learned this lesson sooner. But I looked at people who were taking advantage of the early days of the OGL as being people who already had money or already had a background having worked for one of the big companies, and that's how they were able to do it. There was no way that a little guy with no connections was going to make it. Mm-mm. If I if I could afford the thousands of dollars to go to conventions and then meet the right person and manage to, you know, say the right things at the right time, I might be able to get a job working for one of those companies, but just, there was no way I was going to be able to do this. I wasn't a good enough writer. I didn't have the kind of money to spend on art and publishing and all of that, but it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. I didn't actually think it was possible until I wrote the Corvaxian Codex and put it out there, because I had written and published in my blog posts. I mean, if you go to the Palladium forums, you'll find stuff that I wrote for Palladium on there that I was like, here's this thing I wrote that I thought people would like, because I thought that was as close as I was ever gonna come, and I was doing it anonymously, so if they didn't like it, who cares? But when I got the idea for this, and I realized that Goodman Games was supportive of their third-party community, and that there were resources out there to make publishing easy, I decided to take a chance on it. But I was tied up in knots. I was I was equal parts super excited that I actually had produced something and terrified that now that I had finally produced something, people were going to realize how much I suck.
But you don't.
But I put it out there anyway, and I thought, well, if it sucks, nobody really knows who I am yet. I can just not put out anything else and pretend it never happened. And if people like it, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And I put it out there, and I was super excited about it. And aside from the words of encouragement from Goodman Games and their pledge to buy 30 copies if it went to print, nobody else seemed interested in it. It was on itch for a couple of months. No hits, no nothing. I think 3 people looked at it but didn't buy it. And I thought, whether it sucks or not, never going to know because nobody wants to read the thing. I clearly suck at marketing. Oh well. But it continued to nag me that Goodman Games, I mean, one of the actual publishing companies, wanted to buy my work. Man, this is something I can't pass up. So I took a chance and ran a haphazard Kickstarter that was incredibly nerve-wracking. I hated every moment of it. In fact, I told my wife halfway through, I am never doing this again. I will write, but I will hand it off to you, and then if you want to publish it, go ahead. If you don't, fine, but I am never doing this again. Absolutely horrible experience because it tore me apart the entire time, and I expected to fail miserably. I'm like, here, I've had this thing out here for months and nobody's even looked at it, and now these people are, buying sight unseen copies of this thing, and they're gonna get it and they're gonna hate it. But that wasn't the case. People started telling me that they liked it. And so I thought, okay, maybe I really need to just focus on what I like. And if there's an audience, there's an audience. So I didn't really worry when I did my second Kickstarter. I didn't think about it. I didn't, ask for feedback other than the obligatory, hey, please rate this because that's the only way I'm going to get noticed. But I didn't focus on that. I just said, this is something I like. This is what I want to do. The only consideration I had for other people was making sure that I didn't bloat the pages, because if you haven't figured out by now in this 3 hours I've been rambling, I'm long-winded.
Me
I
too.
I don't give yes or no answers. I tell stories that have the answer within them. It's a family trait, and I inherited all of it with added enthusiasm. But aside from trying to make sure that I didn't bloat the pages, that I made the content uh, easily accessible, etc. I didn't really worry too much about whether people would like it or not. And then I started working on the adventure and realized I actually did need feedback because I have no idea what another judge is going to find useful. But aside from collecting feedback on playability of that, which the first draft of it, Russell can tell you, did not go over well with the players. He had a terrible experience running it. There was stuff about the adventure that didn't make sense to him. There were things that the players didn't like, and I almost scrapped it at that point.
Wow.
But I persevered. I rewrote some sections. I ran it 3 times in rapid succession in playtests and got increasingly better reception each time from my players. And so it went to print. But yeah, if I had allowed my fear of what people were going to think continue to impact me, I never would have published anything. And if I had learned this lesson sooner, I could have been right there with the Chenault brothers and Joseph Goodman and all of these others that got their start in the early days of the OGL, because I was developing material as early as like 2008. I just didn't put it out in the world until the last, you know, 10 years or so, and didn't put it out in a, actually published form until just a couple of years ago.
Never too late, though. That's the
Yeah.
beauty of life.
And you, Lou, have more content out than I do. You are much more inventive than I am. You have nothing to be ashamed of. There's always going to be people who don't like your work, and there's always going to be people who do like your work. You're going to have haters, you're going to have lovers. If you like your work, that's what matters.
Yep.
Your audience will find you.
And it's just taken me a million years to realize that like what I sent off to Joey today, I was just like, dang, I really like what I've put together here. And it was like the first time I didn't like hesitate over the send button with something. And I was just like, no, we're sending this. Boom, boom. And he got right back to me. He's like, this is very cool. Great work. So, yeah.
I had just written out the basic ideas for this. It wasn't even a fully fleshed out first draft. And I sent it to Joey, and I didn't hear back from him. And I started to wonder if he hated it. And then like a day or two passed, and he comes back with, holy freaking cow, man, this is amazing. Write more. Okay, cool. Because I wasn't sure if this project was going to resonate with the DCC community. I knew it was going to be good stuff. I needed confirmation that DCC was the right route, and I figured if Joey likes it, Joey will rave about it to his audience, and so people will take a chance on it. But I need to know if this is something Joey's going to like. So I did do a temperature check there, but it wasn't to determine whether what I was writing was worthwhile or not. It was, is this something that I need to be publishing for the DCC community, or is this something that I should just write for my home games? Because like I said, I'm not the only person who's done modern, but I was going in a different and a somewhat more ambitious direction than what a lot of the other ones have, and I didn't know whether that would connect. But he was excited about it, so that's good enough.
Oh,
So thank you. Joey, for making this something more than just a home campaign.
I'm glad he did because, like I've said a few times already, it certainly lit a fire under my ass. So I'm excited for everything. So yeah.
So you have some expanded content for Where Shadows Fall that you're working on.
Yep.
You've toyed with some Corvaxian related ideas.
Yep.
You've got an adventure you're writing for WHPA Fairhaven, and some stuff you're working on for Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland. And you're getting as diversified as I am here.
I'm
This is
trying,
this is
man,
good
because
stuff.
like I can't, it's weird. Like, and I know I'm not very private. I kind of wear my life on my sleeve because you can find me anywhere. I got put on the right ADHD meds about a month and a half ago, and they wouldn't put me on any up until then because of previous issues I've had, we'll just say, with addiction. And most of the ADHD drugs are habit forming. So they're like,
Mhm.
yeah. But I found one and I'm like, I want to try this one because it's not habit forming and I need to be able to slow my brain down so it's not the tornado that whirled Dorothy to the yellow brick road. And within, it's like the perfect storm. I get on those meds where shadows fall and everything else that's been going on just boom into this one ball that I've just got to throw the right way now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And thank you, Levi Combs, for plugging this 3 times during your interview with Dave, bringing it
That's what
firmly
got me to buy
into,
it
yeah,
was
uh,
Levi. He's like, and when we got off the air, he actually plugged it a fourth time. He's like, you've got to
nice.
check this out. And I'm like,
Yeah,
done.
because the very next day you sent me a message
Yeah.
on Facebook. Hey, do you have any copies left?
Yep. And
I
that's what
said, yeah, this
started
is what
this.
I have. And you said, I want all of it.
Yeah, because I sent the
Okay.
Elmo with the flames going, I
Yeah.
want it all.
Yeah. And I had it out the door to you right away. A few days later, it arrived. You read it and you said, what about your Corvaxian stuff? Do you have any of that left? Because I want it too.
Yep. Yep.
Like, ah, I felt bad at that point that I didn't try and sell you on the Corvaxian stuff initially because I didn't want to come across like I was trying to upsell you when you were excited about something. But then when you independently became excited, I felt bad because I could have saved you several dollars
Nah.
on shipping by putting it all in the mail at the same time.
Yeah. Man, I couldn't believe how fast the Corvaxian stuff got here. You mailed it on Saturday and it got to me on Monday,
Yeah,
going
that was
from
nuts.
Oklahoma to Maine. And I'm just like, how the hell did that happen?
Yeah, I dropped it off Saturday morning at my local post office, and you had it Monday morning.
Yeah.
It,
Yep.
that was very fast.
He who shall not be named says the eternal ass fire. Oh, goodness. But yeah, I'm just glad to finally be moving because, I had some crap happen this summer that I'm not quite ready to talk about, but that really pulled me off of things. Like in terms of doing interviews, I hit like a 3-month dry spell where 3 or 4 months where I didn't do a single interview and just kind of had to deal with life, didn't do anything. And now it's like I just got dropped out of the plane with a parachute and I'm just like right down in a totally good way. That might be a bad analogy saying I'm skydiving, but I think you know what I mean.
I do.
So, yeah, I just got to
I
keep the
do.
momentum going because that's really what it's all about with this stuff is momentum and having awesome friends in this industry that kind of like you said, I never imagined would be my friends and
Hmm.
stuff like that. It's just And here I am working on 4 or 5 things that will, in all likelihood, get published. And I'm like, there's going to be something out there with my name on it. That's just the coolest damn thing.
It is.
To have that like in the back of my head within like, yeah. Like if I can finish up this WHPA thing tonight and tomorrow, I'm putting it out for Halloween.
Awesome. I love
So,
it.
yep. So we'll see.
Yeah, and there's an awful lot of overlap, DCC, WHPA, Neon Lords. A lot of us were in we're fans of all three. So,
Yeah.
if you get known in one of those, when you get ready to put out your thing, the next one, you're going to be attracting attention to people. Oh, I have your WHPA thing. Yeah, I'm interested in your Neon Lords thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Not to mention, the folks that already know you because of this stream and
Oh,
now you playing regularly in the Neon Lords game.
Lord Randy be praised.
There it is.
And that's another thing, man, the show. Like, this is just a ham-boned idea of mine. I'm like, it initially started as a way to confront my social anxiety because I have crippling social anxiety. Your wife's looking at you like we need to go to bed.
No, my son just got home from work
Oh,
and brought some cool new games in that he was flashing my way.
oh, nice.
Yeah.
But like I posted the other day, like 90% of people making YouTube content like scoff at the idea of like you're celebrating like 100 subscribers. And it's like, I'm amazed that I have 100 people that want to listen to me talk. It's,
Before you hit a benchmark, you haven't hit the benchmark yet. So
yeah,
it absolutely is exciting.
like that was like, I put in the post, I remember saying to my fiance when I first started this, I'd be surprised if I ever get 100 subscribers because, yeah, I just kind of figured that. And it's taken me 3 years of on and off doing this. But this year's been the most consistent. I did 21 interviews in February for
You're a
Zine
madman.
Quest.
You're a madman.
And I'm never doing that again, most likely, because that almost killed me. Because it's like I was doing the 21 interviews. My dad was in the hospital and I was still working 40 hours a week. And I had a friend of mine challenge me. He goes, for Zine Quest, I want to see you get back out doing interviews and do a few. He meant like 6 or 7. I took it to the extreme with the 21, but
Yeah.
I thought of doing a 30 in 30 days and calling it 30 for 30. And I posted about it. And then as like March set in, I was like, I'm not doing that many interviews. But we'll see.
Well, Dave, are you about ready to take another 5 and then come back and talk about that top 5 list?
Yeah, that works for me. We will be back in about 5 minutes, folks. And we've got a top 5 list we're going to hit you with. And we'll see if we wrap it up after that. And we'll see what happens. But we'll be back in 5. And welcome back, folks, and welcome to the chat, Henry. We're glad to have you join us.
How you doing, Henry? Glad you could make it. Had to put my glasses back on. This eye strain was starting to give me a headache.
Yeah, it's funny because the way I have to set things up, I have this monitor that I've got our call on and the streaming software and everything over on this monitor because I can see it better. All right, so really the last thing we had going that we're going to hit up is our top 5 list of both of our top 5 favorite monsters. And this can be anything from cryptids, movie monsters, book monsters, you name it. We've just got our top 5 monsters. And I'm going to let Goose here get started with his number 5.
All right. So my number 5, I wrote it generically just as creepy dolls, but that's because it encompasses a lot of things. When I was a kid, the first handful of Goosebumps books I read. After that, I didn't continue with it because my interest in my reading level was beyond it. But Night of the Living Dummy really hit me. I was a huge fan from way younger than I should have experienced these things of the Puppet Master films.
Yes.
I loved the Friday the 13th, the series. Do you remember that?
Yep, I do. And
Yeah.
I was one of the other
The
2 people that liked that show.
It's like the first or second episode involves a creepy doll. So I've always really just loved anything that has the creepy doll in it. In fact, earlier tonight, before going to the previous engagement that I had before this stream, I watched something I hadn't seen in forever because it was on Tubi. I watched Tales from the Hood, and the
They've got
one of the stories in
yep,
that has the creepy dolls. So that had to be on the list. Absolutely
nice.
love the creepy dolls.
Brian says slappy.
Yes.
And
I
then
almost got into ventriloquism because of that.
that's funny.
Right.
Lou says, "Oh, the antique shop. What a great show with a confusing name." And it was,
Hmm.
calling it Friday the 13th. And like, I know as a kid watching that, it was on Fox, I think. Um, I was so terribly confused the first episode because I'm expecting Jason Voorhees,
Hmm.
Camp Crystal Lake, and all that. And it was this antique shop with this old guy. And I think they were both his grandchildren, right? Or one was his grandson.
I don't remember what the relationships were. I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I have the series digitally, so I'll have to watch it again.
Nice.
Refresh my memory.
That's awesome. Well, my number 5, and I almost actually just pitched my list without intending to. I went with the Mothman.
Okay.
Because Mothman is what got my youngest daughter into monsters. We were watching, I don't know if you ever watched BuzzFeed Unsolved
No.
with they would do these series of shows, and they did them about cryptids and other like demons and stuff like that. And the day they came on with a show about the Mothman, she sat right down and sat there through the whole thing. And this was 4 or 5 years ago now. And every time she's around, she lives in Virginia with her mom, but when she comes up here to visit with me, she's like, "Dad, can we watch the Mothman show?" And I know exactly what she means, and we'll sit and watch it, and it's the greatest thing ever. But I've
That's
got this
fantastic.
fear of being swooped down on, which is something I'm going to be trying to pass on to others with my gargoyles. So be ready, folks.
I like it.
So number 4 for you.
So this one's a classic. my number four choice is werewolves. I, I've always been fascinated by various aspects of it, and when when I was a kid, I liked monsters, but I didn't like most horror because most horror at the time was more about the gore and the shock value,
Yep.
uh, and the jump scare. So I was super picky about it, and my friends would be raving about a particular horror film. Like, nah, didn't see it, wasn't interested. Uh, People started thinking I didn't like horror. No, no, I loved horror. Horror was one of my favorite genres. I was just more particular about it. But one place where the gruesome actually captivated me was when I saw American Werewolf in London. That
Yes.
transformation scene
Yeah.
was so gruesome and yet just really drew me in. And previously, I liked the classic Wolfman, but more as part of an ensemble. I've come to appreciate the classic Wolfman a lot more as I got older, but at the time it's like, oh yeah, the Wolfman, he's cool, no big deal. But that transformation scene in American Werewolf in London just really triggered some amazing things in my young brain and made werewolves special to me after that. And then there's so much varied lore and pop culture around them that you can go so many different places, and all of them are wonderful.
Yep. They are. And that transformation, dude, you can just, I can't imagine if that were real, the pain
Oh,
of going through that transformation. Like when he holds up the hand and he's like, oh, you can just, you're
right.
just like, oh man, that's gotta hurt.
Splitting
Yeah.
open and coming. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, so good, so good. Not the kind of stuff that I liked at that time, but there was something about the transformation of it all that just hooked me, and
Yeah.
oh, I was in it.
Yep. Oh,
Overall, not the greatest film, but it has certain elements to it that were just, especially for the time, absolutely incredible.
yeah. Well, that's why it's still to this day, like brought up when you bring up werewolf movies,
Hmm.
that it was made, what, 45 years ago now, if not a little bit longer, 50?
Somewhere around there. I don't remember the year,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Let me look it up real quick and see if I can. It was like 80. My math is way off, but 1981. So it's been 42 years. So, and it still holds up.
Hmm.
Well, my number four is someone that a monster I've always felt pity for. And it's Frankenstein's monster. It was one of the first horror movies I ever saw when I was like 4 years old. It never like terrified me, but I always felt bad for Frankenstein because it's not like he ever asked to be put back together, or
Right.
like, to be put together. I shouldn't say put back together because he was a hobble of like different body parts from different people. And then like, yeah, I just always felt bad for him. And I love the classic horror movie. So
Absolutely.
it's just one that, in my opinion, you can't go wrong, that I'm probably going to watch between now and Tuesday as it is. So
Yeah, and the book is enjoyable every time you read it. Well, maybe not every, but most of the movie adaptations uh, are enjoyable and have their own spin on them. The inclusion of those themes in the Penny Dreadful series was good.
yep.
Yeah, it's good all the way around.
I should read the book again. I haven't read that in
Mhm.
probably 15, 20 years.
And to tie it back into gaming, the White Wolf game Promethean. deals with some of those themes.
Oh,
You should,
really?
yeah, should check it out. You might like that one.
Henry says my almost 4-year-old is really into Frankenstein right now. That's awesome. And he who shall not be named says Twilight then ruined werewolves.
What? Why would you even bring that up?
I don't know.
You
Now we're going to have to name him again.
You know what? I was having a good time.
Yeah. Hell with this. I'm out of here.
That's it, Zach. You ruined it.
And then Lou says there was a mid-90s version that really does it close to the novel, which is totally awesome. I can see bits and pieces of it in my head. I can't remember who the
I
actor
don't
was
remember
that played
which one that
Frankenstein's
was.
monster in that.
I don't know, but it's so many adaptations, and that so many of them were really good. Uh, Only a couple of them that I dislike, and of course, you can branch out from the horror into other areas too, because Young Frankenstein
Yeah.
is
Gene
is still
Wilder.
one of my absolute favorites.
Yep. That is a great flick. All right. So what do you got at number 3?
So for number 3, I'm going to move away from movies and classic monsters, although this has been around for long enough that it certainly is a classic, but more in the gaming sphere classic, the Displacer Beast.
Ooh, nice.
And I have a very personal reason for this. Remember that D20 Modern game that I told you I started in 2008?
Yep.
The the first case that they went on, they were sent to investigate this situation that was getting some media coverage to determine whether it was actually supernatural or not, and then report back so that the appropriate spin could be put on things. And it involved this group of teenagers who had met a rather gruesome end, except for one survivor who was in the hospital. Well, fast forward a little bit, and what essentially had happened is, in this world, magic exists, but not the way that it does in a fantasy world. So there's no, wizards, there's no set spells and that sort of thing. But there are particular circumstances where magic can be worked. And these kids had found this old grimoire, and were kind of making a game of it the way you might with a Ouija board you found in the basement at grandma's house, sort of thing. Out in the barn, they were following the instructions in this thing as kind of a laugh, not realizing that celestial events were lined up just right for the magic to work,
Mhm.
but their lack of understanding, their lack of experience meant that they did it wrong, and they accidentally summoned these creatures that then, of course, tore them apart. It just so happened that I pulled the Displacer Beast out of uh, the monster manual to use for this. But what really sold the horror of this was, because this is a modern setting, and I've got these players playing, essentially, government agents investigating this event. When they're at the hospital later, uh, because they got the call that the one kid had woken up, and they go there to interview him. The way I had it written was that these creatures were psychically connected to those who had been a part of the ritual, and couldn't be freed from the area until they killed the last of their captors. So they show up at the hospital, and the I can't remember exactly how I described it now, but the way that I was describing these creatures as they basically stalked the halls of the hospital on approach really just grabbed my players. And afterward, one of the guys was like, I've been playing this game for a very long time. I've fought numerous displacer beasts. Until today, I was never afraid of them. But the way that you portrayed the displacer beast, I felt I might have to go and change my shorts. And that was like the highest compliment I had ever received in a game before then. So ever since then, I've had a real soft spot for the displacer beast as a monster of horror. So it
Nice.
had to go on the list.
Excellent. That's a great story. And like you said, you can't get a much better compliment than a player coming up and being like, dude, you scared the shit out of me. Like, and Brian said that the best boss, the Displacer Beast is the best boss in the D&D beat 'em up.
They're they're really terrifying if you really lean into them and embody them at your table. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Well, my number 3, I still stuck with movies. And this one is more because of what it represented than anything. It didn't scare me as a kid, but now with the newer versions of Godzilla, they're making him freaking terrifying with at least the Japanese versions with Shin Godzilla. And I can't think of what the new one coming out is called. Zero, I think is what it is. Just Godzilla Zero, that takes place right after we had bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Okay. I'm gonna need to look into this. I haven't paid attention lately, but I like Godzilla films.
But when I was a kid, there used to be a Boston channel that we picked up here. It was WSBK, that every Saturday had a monster double feature. And it would always be something like Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, Attack of the Giant
Classic.
Ants, and stuff like that. But it at least every other weekend, one of those movies was Godzilla. And that started, like, I would get plopped down in front of the TV when my mom had to do stuff around the house. And I was like 6 years old, and I just fell in love with Godzilla. And I'm psyched to... Wasn't a big fan of, like, Kong versus Godzilla or the movies with the Monarch stuff. I haven't been a big fan of, but Shin Godzilla, if you haven't seen it, is amazing. And the new one they've got coming out from Japan looks amazing.
I'm gonna have to watch for that. So yeah, I enjoy Godzilla, and
Yeah,
definitely belongs on the list. I'm glad that you went there.
nice. Good pick. So number 2, my friend.
So my number two choice, I put down vampires, but not because they are not because they're a staple of horror, not because they're a classic, not because I portrayed one in live action play for 15 years, but specifically because when I was very young, I don't know for sure exactly how young, but single digit numbers. For about a month, every single night I had this dream. It wasn't so much a recurring dream, it was an episodic dream that I was in my dream I was living at my grandparents' house, and so were my parents and my siblings and my aunts and uncles, and for some reason my grandparents' house was much larger in my dreams than in reality. And I remember in the first pass of this that I was very confused why people weren't behaving the way I expected. They just seemed to be slightly disconnected from stuff. And then I became aware of like that there were other people there that I didn't know. And I couldn't figure out who they were at first, but it seemed like they were kind of running the show. And as this dream developed over time, moving forward, like I said, episodically, each night, I began to unravel the mystery that this was actually a small group of vampires that had moved into my grandparents' home, and somehow they were mind controlling the family to cover up the fact that they were basically squatting there to keep them from being noticed. And so everybody was just going through the motions of life without actually living their lives, all as a cover for these vampires. And I was the only one that was unaffected. But they hadn't noticed yet that I was unaffected. And so I'm trying to figure out
Man.
what's going on and figure out how to stop it without them discovering that I knew. And then the last bit that I do remember is that the head vampire knew that I was not affected and had been watching me and watching as I was, trying to figure out what was going on and and figure out how to stop it. And he was fascinated, first by the fact that I seemed to be unaffected by his power, and second that I had been so good at such a young age at at hiding the fact that I was unaffected. And he wanted to bring me into the family. And this really kind of shook me. It wasn't the kind of thing where you wake up screaming or anything else. It just I would wake up feeling uneasy. And so I remember for quite a while after that, I would periodically test members of my family, asking certain kinds of questions, et cetera, to see how they would respond, to determine whether it had all been a dream or not. And I don't recall now how everything was resolved in that, but at this time, I don't even remember having watched very much of anything with vampires, and yet somehow they entered my unconscious mind on such a profound level that they shook me. And so for several years after that, every Halloween, it used to be that, mom would say, "Okay, well, this is what we're doing for Halloween." Now, starting that next Halloween, I was like, "I'm gonna be a vampire for Halloween." And so for every Halloween for the next several years, mom's like, "All right, so we'll do this," and she'd look at me and she goes, "Vampire again?" "Yes," because it really shook me. So that's the primary reason for it being on there. The second reason is, despite the fact that it's a kids movie, and Brian's going to agree with me here, uh, one of my favorite portrayals of a vampire on the screen is still the version of Dracula from Monster Squad.
It was amazing. I agree with
Uh-huh.
you on that one.
Uh-huh. That version of Dracula, as a kid, and even when I rediscovered it as an adult, uh, I don't know, he seemed to get it, what
Yeah.
it meant to be an absolute monster who just knew that he was the apex.
Yeah.
So between those two things, that's why vampires are on there. And I think that's also why I was so enamored with playing the game for as long as I was, because of those early experiences that just, ooh,
Rattled you to the core.
yeah.
Well, my number two is vampires, which, because one, they terrify me. Um, when I was, I want to say 6 or 7, that age for me was the time when I saw too many horror movies that I should not have seen because my dad was like, it's not going to hurt him, but it made it so I didn't sleep for weeks. And the movie that did it to me with vampires was Salem's Lot.
Oh, yeah.
I will never forget watching that movie, and I'm tired as heck, and I know I'm going to end up screwing the kid's name up, but It's not Danny that's floating outside the window. Somebody can correct me in the chat.
Somebody else is going to have to because I can't remember
I
the names
I
either.
can see his face
I need to
and
watch
everything.
that movie again. It's been too
Yeah.
long.
Well, they're doing a reboot too, which
I heard.
I've just, I don't have much faith in because reboots typically don't go well.
Yeah.
But then the other one that really did it for me, that was what made me fall in love with vampires, was The Lost Boys. To me, that will
Yep.
go down that will forever be one of my top 3 vampire movies. The whole scene where
Same.
Michael's in the collapsed room, the old hotel room, I think is what it was that they were in, that had collapsed because of an earthquake. And he's sitting there eating the Chinese food. And
I knew that's where you were going.
Yeah. And David's like, "How are the maggots, Michael?" And he throws it down, and then he's eating the lo mein, and he's like, "How are the worms?" And it's like,
"You're eating worms, Michael."
Yeah. And then he drinks the blood, and they go on the tracks and everything. Spoiler alert, if you've never seen The Lost Boys, shame on you if you haven't.
If you've never seen The Lost Boys, how did you find this channel?
Yeah. He Who Shall Not Be Named says there was a Dracula series on Netflix, and he's evil as all hell. What do you know the name of the series?
I think it was just Dracula. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it didn't start off on Netflix. I don't think. Maybe it did. Anyway, I saw the first couple episodes of it. Then I had some stuff going on in life, so I wasn't watching very much television, and I haven't gone back to watching it, but it's on my watch list.
That, and there's the movie that just came out too, the last something of the Demeter. It was like a lower budget Dracula movie about him basically coming to America, or something to that effect, that I've got to check out. It's just Dracula, so you are correct. All right. Number 1 for you.
All right, so this one you probably aren't expecting, but when I go into it, it'll make sense. My number 1 favorite monster is humans.
Wow, that makes perfect sense to me. Especially after this week here, it's like
all of the actual scariest stories and all of the best villains are humans. They either were humans all the way through, or they started out as humans. But you look at a lot of your classics, besides the classic monster movies, classics, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, human.
Yeah. Yep.
That's human atrocities. Norman Bates is human. You dealing with humans. And then I almost said something when you were talking about Frankenstein's monster. It's not as clear in most of the movie adaptations, but it's very clear in the book. The actual monster in that story is Victor Frankenstein.
Yeah. Yep.
He's an absolute monster.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I was putting this list together, I was going back and forth on a number of things, and it finally dawned on me, dude, the epitome of monster is us.
Unfortunately, you're right.
And yes, real world that comes into play, like what you've gone through recently.
Yeah.
Which anybody with Google can look in the news and find that out.
Yep.
But like I was talking about in here, that I most enjoy the human centric games where you're discovering things. But when I talked about the deadly firearms, again, that's human monster stuff. You're scared of the other people around you. Yeah, you now know that that fairies exist, but that's not ultimately what you're afraid of. You're afraid of the guy with the gun. Um, so yeah, that's my number one. Humans.
Well, you just stomped my number one, man.
Oh, doubtful.
Well, my number one was actually, I think, your number four, werewolves. Um, the movie that scared the ever living shit out of me as a child, again, the 6 or 7 year old age range, was The Howling.
Okay.
And I am not even kidding when I say I did not sleep for about 2 weeks after I saw that movie. Like, I would go to bed, I'd wake up, I'd hear like the floor creaking. We lived in an old farmhand house. So everything was creaky in this house. I'd get up, I'd hide under my bed some nights after I'd made sure nothing was under there. And I'd fall asleep under the bed because I figured the werewolf wouldn't find me under the bed. And it's just always been, and now as an adult, uh, I love them, and it's like, there used to be, do you remember the USA Network?
Oh yeah.
You remember the show Werewolf they had on there? The guy had the pentagram on his hand would start to bleed before he turned into the werewolf.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
That
that.
was such I love that show. Was one of my favorites of all time. And then, The Howling, Silver Bullet, uh, that fucking priest. Anyone watching that movie, again, spoiler alert if you haven't seen Silver Bullet, um, you could tell that ass was a creep right from the beginning of the movie, and it's like it was foreshadowing to the nth degree with him. It's just like, hello there, would you children like to come into my house and have a drink? And it's like, no, don't go in this dude's house. Dog Soldiers is, yes. He Who
Oh yeah.
Shall Not Be Named just mentioned Dog Soldiers. That's another
hmm
good one. I might have to watch
There's
that.
so many
Yeah.
good ones. There's an awful lot of bad werewolf movies as well, but man, there's so many good ones. So many good ones. Probably more good werewolf movies than there are good vampire movies.
Palmyra Wolves that Bryant recommends.
You've mentioned several times about things that scared you. I I didn't very often get scared as a kid. It's, I told you before that there was a lot of horror that I didn't like because it was mostly just gross out stuff, and that didn't do it for me. So I didn't get scared of those things. I was bothered by them. The horror that I really liked was the stuff that bothered me, like, psychologically. I was a weird kid. I liked getting messed up in my head when watching stuff.
I'm that way
You know,
now, but I was not as a kid.
w- yeah, I don't know why I was as a child, because in a lot of ways I was not that kind of person back then. Much more so across the board now. But for the most part, I wasn't as a kid. But something about horror, horror was where I made exceptions for certain things. And
Hmm.
so stuff that would get my wheels turning. That's what I liked, and but it didn't really scare me for the most part. But I remember, I was on an episode of Ravioli for Randy, and Joey asked, what scared me as a kid, and I, said pretty much the same thing. That for the most part, I didn't really get scared, but the one thing that I could think of at the time that I mentioned that that bothered me was the gate, because the
Oh,
whole
that's such
idea
a good
the
movie.
the whole idea of unleashing an ancient evil by digging a hole in your backyard, it resonated with me at the time, because that was kind of stuff my brothers and I did. And I remember I said that we were basically, without knowing the terminology, we were essentially LARPing our fantasy adventures running around the neighborhood. So seeing that movie, I was like, that's the kind of stuff that we do that's the kind of thing that could happen to us, and it stimulated my imagination and kind of, freaked me out occasionally when we would be doing things we knew we weren't supposed to do.
Mhm.
That, what if? Um, I just lost my thought. There was another one that just a moment ago I
Welcome to
thought
my
of that
world.
actually did scare me, and now I've lost it again.
Oh,
Ah, oh, I remember now. So the only thing that I can think of growing up that I watched that actually scared me to the level you're talking about, where I had trouble sleeping afterward, was was the first Pet Cemetery. Now,
trying to remember the first one. Was that
so
the one with the little blonde boy?
As the little boy, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually saw the second one before I saw the first one, just because of my age at the time. That by the
Yep.
time I was old enough to have seen any of them, the second one was out. So I saw the second one, and it didn't really bother me. In fact, I I literally laughed out loud at eh, I literally laughed out loud at the line "No brain, no pain." When the sheriff's got the drill, and he's gonna,
Yep.
no brain, no pain. I busted out laughing at that. So I was like, oh yeah, that's a lot of fun. I love it. I'm gonna watch the first one. I was okay for most of that movie. I was bothered by the death of the little boy, because
Yes.
that's the kind of thing that's always bothered me from young child to now. Um, when little kids come to a tragic end, it rattles me.
Yep.
But I was otherwise okay. I was bothered by it, but I was okay up until near the end of the movie, when the little boy is back and you've got this sweet little kid voice saying, "Come play with me, Daddy."
Yeah.
It's
And
like
isn't he
this little
holding a
boy has,
scalpel at that point or
well,
something?
he's murdered Mommy already. Mommy's been brought back, and now he's trying to kill Daddy to complete the family. And I'm like, I'm not okay with this. That one did mess me up quite a bit when I was a kid. But that's the only thing I can think of that rattled me to the point where I had a difficult time sleeping. Yeah,
Looking
the
at
first Pet
Brian's,
Cemetery.
yeah, the book. Have you read the book? That's even
Uh,
worse.
yeah, long time ago, and I need to come back to that one. I wasn't at a place to appreciate it when I read it, so I need to read it again.
Hmm. So Brian says the Palmyra wolves that he was talking about, it's a real ass story, he said. Look it up. A family in Maine tormented by a pack of werewolves. So I'm going to have to check that out.
Well,
'Cause
yeah, that's your
if
neck of
that's
the
in
woods.
my, yeah, if they're in my backyard, I want to go stick my arm out and be like, here, take a bite real quick. Just a quick bite. Oh, please. All right. Lou says this is the question when talking to people about horror movies they like and seeing their life perspective. What do you think about the ending of The Mist? I'm trying to remember the ending of The Mist right now.
Um, I'm remembering The Mist. I'm trying to think what the actual end scene was. I really liked The Mist,
I
but I'm
think I'm
trying to
getting The
recall
Mist and
exactly
The
how it ended.
Fog confused because The Fog was Carpenter, right? Or was The Mist Carpenter? Oh, man. All right. I got to look this
See, now you have me questioning myself.
up.
Don't do that. That's not fair. I remember really liking The Mist. I remember that you spend the first chunk of the movie thinking it's going one direction, and then it is revealed to be going a completely different direction, which is what pissed a lot of people off. But I thought it was really cool at the time. But man, I need to watch it again, Lou. I don't remember the ending well enough to be able to satisfy myself with an answer for you. So I'll see if it's on any of the streaming services I have and watch it this week and get back to you on that. I can say that when I saw it the first time, I really liked it. The other people I was watching it with didn't. But any more detail than that, I can't give you.
So the fog is Carpenter, and Brian confirmed that for me. Lou says at the end, Dad has escaped in a car with the kid. Car is out of gas and the massive Cthulhu monsters are approaching. 1 bullet left. Yeah, I'm thinking of I've got the fog in my head.
No, I'm still thinking of The Mist, but I usually have a better memory for this kind of stuff. All right, it's going on my list. I'm watching it this week
Yep,
if I can find
me
it.
too.
Doggone it.
Boo us.
Yeah, no kidding.
Tell how tired I am. I just wrote down the list, not the mist.
One of us should have been able to save
yes.
the other one in this conversation, but we both failed.
If this was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and we just used Phone a Friend, would be fucked. That's like...
Thank you, Lou, for reminding all the viewers that we are fallible humans.
Yep.
Jerk.
Well, on that note, my friend, we should probably wrap it up. It is after midnight.
Yeah. I think it's about that time.
Yeah. But I have
just crested the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
We've got to
4 hours and 11 minutes.
We've got to preserve Brian's record. So.
Well, we're going to go for a new one here eventually. We're going for at least 6. That's the plan.
Hey.
So we'll have to see.
You should get Zach on for that one. And then people will have a face to go with the name.
Yeah. Weren't supposed to say his name.
No, he brought up that one film when we were talking about werewolves. So no more grace. No more grace for him.
Speaking, like, I've been calling him He Who Shall Not Be Named, and that movie is the movie that shall not be named. Excuse me.
So,
well, thanks to everybody in the chat for joining us. Jeremy, I have had so much fun talking tonight, and I'll probably bug you tomorrow too as I come up with more gargoyle stuff. So
yeah, feel free.
All right.
And thanks everybody for actually sticking it out.
I know everybody's still here.
Troopers.
Yep. It's the Neon Maniacs and the DCC crew that we've got locked in with us. So it's a good crew to be with.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the best.
But I am going to hit the hay. Everybody have a good night. Thank you again, Jeremy. I really appreciate it. And let me see. I got my schedule right here. Next interview, if I can get I believe, is actually Martin Willett next Friday.
Nice.
So we'll be talking about crime-fighting luchadors and more.
And between now and then, Tuesday night on the Neon Lords Twitch channel, so twitch.tv/Neon Lords RPG. Brian will correct me in the comments if I got that wrong. Come and hang out. Dave and myself will both be playing Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland.
And He Who Shall Not Be Named will be there as well.
Yes, he will be there. So you can put a face to the name if you don't already know that monster. So come hang out with us while we play Neon Lords of the Toxic Wasteland with the other road chuds.
Yeah, buddy. I can't wait for Tuesday night.
It's going to be good times.
Yep. All right, folks.